Oh, I don't even have the right input on right now. Ugh. Hold up. That's weird. Why is it not working? Maybe if I restart the game. Oh, that's the moment it freaking decides to capture it, it closes. We love that. It's awesome. Good evening, folks. I've had a nice day. I'm getting so close to finishing House MD. I can taste it. But now I'm just kind of chilling. And I went through and saw what happened last night. We met Renove, a new demon who is Beatrice's bestie butler. And we kind of got more Ava shit. Hold up. Okay, October 13th. We're good. I stopped it right at 11:59. That's cool. That's very measured. Oh, I was right in the middle of a dialogue too, but I was just super tired. I wanted to stop. In the middle of all this was Maria, who looked a little scared at the adult's sudden change. However, judging from her appearance, she didn't look like she realized the full meaning of what she'd just read. What in the world was that all about? I don't get it. They're all bastards. Do they really want the inheritance that much? Everyone, this is our parents' problem. It has nothing to do with us, so you mustn't worry about it. Even if you say that, they were so blatant about it. I can't believe them showing off their greed like that. Ugh. My glasses are so fucking gross. I'm so blind. These glasses are broken too. These aren't even like glasses that are being held together. Nope, they're just totally broken. Well, I say totally broken. Like one of the nose thingies is broken. It really hurts when I wear it. But I keep hoping if I wear these glasses enough, it'll motivate me to go to the optometrist and get my eyes checked. Ugh. Everyone has to believe together that we'll be happy. Ugh. That's right. We all did promise. Come on, Battler Kun, Jessica Chan, you too. Ha! I feel horrible. We couldn't accept it at all, but we laid down our arms for the time being. We've been vaguely aware of how filthy this family conference was going to be. However, after that 6 year blank, I couldn't help being shocked. Nanjo freaking gained weight between the mods. He put on, like, he's so big now. This doctor, this is the doctor. Maybe he's hiding somebody in there. He's hiding another smaller Dr. Nanjo inside him. And inside that Dr. Nanjo is another, even smaller Dr. Nanjo. Like a nesting doll of Dr. Nanjos. And they were the ones who committed the murders. The seven stakes of purgatory, more like the seven scalpels of Dr. Nanjo. Oh. And he just clears his throat. It's an adult matter. It has nothing to do with all of you young people. Let us forget about it. I would if I could. I know it's hard, but forget it for now. All of your parents are fighting frantically to make your futures just a little brighter. Why don't they just share it equally? Please don't look at your injured parents with those cold eyes when they come back. No matter how much you ask us, Kairi-san, that'll be tough. If we could be happy with an explanation like that, we wouldn't be kids. Ugh! Everyone, be happy. Can't get dark. Believe. If everyone doesn't believe we can be happy, the happiness will get away. Everyone has to believe. Ugh. I like the sound of that. I'll believe too. I believe we can find happiness. Ugh, it's bright and sunny out. Aunt Kyrie, thank you. Battler and Jessica, you believe too. Beatrice is always saying that magic won't have any power if you don't believe. Ugh. Kairi-san rose from her seat quietly, went over to Maria, and crouched down so that their eyes met. Ugh. Aunt Kyrie believed. Now Battler and Jessica have to believe. Those two are strong. They'll feel better soon, and then they'll believe. Yeah. More importantly, I want you to tell me something. When Kairi-san said that, Jessica, George, Anaki, Dr. Nanjo, and I all listened closely. It looked like our parents were so concerned with the inheritance problem that grandfather filled their minds. But we wanted to ask Maria about something simpler. What? Who gave you that letter? Beatrice! The witch drawn in the portrait? She gave me this letter and an umbrella. And she used magic to fix my rose that was broken. Beatrice is an awesome witch who can do anything. And she's such a broken record. Can you tell us about that in a bit more detail? That's all I had to go, where I could have just ended stream there yesterday? That sucks. I just waited at 7 minutes, and now it's 7 o'clock, or 8 o'clock. It's about 4 hours, 5 hours from the murders. Without even being allowed to wait for dessert, we were chased out of the room. In the end, our parents were unable to get grandfather to respond. Well, I hate to say it, but I feel like giving grandfather a high five right now. Yeah, totally. Kinzo. Yeah, he deserves that. He's not like the guy that we could blame all this shit for. He was probably pretty satisfied with how his strange letter had given his children a good shock, since they'd all been so infatuated with the inheritance problem while grandfather was still alive. I also felt like our despicable parents had gotten what they deserved in all this confusion. But I couldn't really say I was feeling great. I felt all sulky. Apparently, grandfather hadn't seemed concerned with the whole thing, but he also hadn't denied anything about the letter either. When talking about the witch's letter, grandfather's name kept popping up. If grandfather knew about something like someone was stealing his name, then considering his character, he'd probably be mad with rage. But even though grandfather now knew the contents of that letter, he coldly ignored it. So did that count as a silent yes? Aunt Ava and Dad were trying to interpret the letter in their favor, their greed clearly visible. It wouldn't have mattered so much if that was all. But the adults had now started focusing on Maria, who had received the letter. They kept pounding her with questions about who had given it to her. Maria repeated over and over again that she had gotten it from Beatrice, but there was no way such a mysterious person could have sneaked onto the island. After all, this island's small, and there's no one living on it outside the Yoshiramiya family household. Maria kept repeating that she'd gotten it from Beatrice, no matter how many times she was asked. The adults seemed to think that she was trying to trick them, so they didn't hold back and questioned her until she broke out into tears. Poor Maria, man. She got a freaking shit handed to her. When Maria was released, she sobbed, all worn out from crying. After all, after our parents ordered us to go to the guest house and take Maria with us, they shut themselves up in the dining hall and started getting louder and louder as they discussed the inheritance. It seemed that, because of that strange letter, Uncle Krause's chances of becoming the next head might have been reduced to a blank slate. And in exchange for accepting him, my dad and the rest were trying to swindle Uncle Krause out of a lot of money or something like that. Disgusted as we were, Jessica and I were happy to move over to the guest house. We didn't want to be under the same roof of those filthy adults, their heads so filled with thoughts about money. George Aniki pleaded on our parents' behalf, saying that he wanted us to understand them. I understood his reasoning. No matter how filthy this talk of money was, it wouldn't go away if you just closed your eyes to it. But even so, how could they just sink so low as to overtly fight over the money of the dead? Maria had cried herself dry and was hiding in her bed. She hadn't even twitched for a while, so she was probably sleeping. Who in the world gave that letter to Maria-chan? George Nissan, you can't ask her that anymore. Isn't it fine to say that Maria got it from Beatrice and leave it at that? After all, we don't want to make her cry any more than this. Even though we said that, we couldn't clear away that gloomy feeling. There are only 18 people on this island now. The thought that somewhere in the rain a 19th person gave Maria-chan that letter is now hiding somewhere doesn't seem realistic at all. Most likely, somebody got Shannon or someone to put on the dress from that portrait and cleverly got Maria to go along with their story. You know, I think if Rosa was in that dress, she'd look pretty convincing. Hell, maybe even Ava, too, really. I think Jessica's, like, the closest, like, look, though. I don't know, her eyes are blue. But even though I think that's bullshit, I don't think that's enough. I think that's way too freaking crack theory to even entertain that. Plus, Jessica's cool as fuck, and I would never suspect her. I like clicking through and seeing all their stupid haircuts. Alright, most likely somebody got Shannon or someone to put on the dress from that portrait, and cleverly got Maria to go along with their story. Though in Maria's case, just seeing the dress would probably convince her that it really was Beatrice. Maybe it doesn't really matter who handed her the letter. The important thing is who sent it. The point is that grandfather wanted to cause an uproar by assuming the name of the witch. Seriously, that old geezer's is good at riling people up. Plus, isn't it that crazy to imagine that Kinzo hates his kids so much that he's so mad that they're not trying to play his stupid game that he just hired somebody beforehand to come to the island to pretend to be Beatrice just to freaking stir them up and get them going? Like, that just seems possible. Like, 19th person seems possible. 19th person's a murderer. It seems very easy to suspect. The most likely answer is that our occult-loving grandfather was playing around, handing the letter over to Maria, who shares the same hobby as he does in such a dramatic way. Though he failed to give any thought for what Maria would have to go through, making a pretty shitty thing to do. Seriously, messing around with Maria's pure heart. It doesn't matter who handed the letter over. Maria says she got it from Beatrice, so let's treat it like that way. I agree. Let's do that. To Maria-chan, Beatrice is kind of like what Santa Claus is to most kids. Whether we're dealing with some non-existent 19th person or Santa Claus, as long as we acknowledge them, they'll at least exist inside Maria. I see. Guess it can be important to lie to a child to protect their dreams. That keeps coming up. Like, that whole idea of protecting a child, that's like the third time that's come up this game. And I'm not really over it yet. I feel like there's something more important there that's mentioned every single time. If there was anything I would want to learn more about, it would just be like, is Maria, like, what actually happened with the letter in Maria? And how could it not be magic, I guess? What's up, Jessica? You still angry? Jessica had her hand on her chin, as though there was something she couldn't understand. When I called out to her, she came to her senses. Sorry. Well, actually, I was wondering if Maria might have actually met Beatrice. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that there's a 19th person on this island? If you truly take Maria Chan's words to heart, then you would have arrived at that answer. No, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about the story that someone we don't know has been living on this island since long ago. Living, you say? Where? In the forest. Game? Okay, I got a little scared there for a second. Maybe I'm just like super impatient. The adults were gathered in the dining hall, spending a very long time continuing the discussion that had been started by Beatrice's letter. Kraus strongly claimed that the letter was a simple prank, but he couldn't overturn the claim that Kinzo's failure to deny the letter was answer enough. Judging by Kinzo's character, if he knew that a letter had been written in his name, he would be mad with a rage. Since all the siblings knew that, Kraus had no choice but to withdraw his claim. Without even having to summarize it, the contents of the letter were simple. Do we have the letter again, please? Nope. The person who could solve the witch's epitaph would receive the headship and assets. This did a lot of damage to Kraus, who had been sure that he would receive the headship, and was better news than the rest of them, who had already given up, could have hoped for. However, there were some points that worried them. The person who solved the epitaph was not limited to a member of the Shiramiya family. Oh wait, I ever have to go to my stream? Hold up. Let me just... I always like to keep a tab open on Twitch just in case. There we go. Taken literally, anyone, no matter how doubtful their origin, might receive. Man, I did an awful job at trimming my beard today. Trimming my beard. There's still a bunch of leftover schmutz. Maybe I'll hit it again tomorrow. And furthermore, this meant that there was a chance that all the Ashiramiya's family's assets would be stolen by some unknown person. Biggest lore drop. I got a big lore drop coming? Okay. In that sense, it was definitely not a situation where even the other siblings could afford to lower their guard. Had this letter come from an assassin sent by Kinzo, calling themselves Beatrice? Or was this the scheme of some other unknown person trying to steal the Ushiramiya family's wealth? They still didn't know the truth, but they could say one thing for certain. Maria had received this problematic letter, cat's butt, today on this island. In other words, someone planning something to do with that letter was on this island today. Had it been set up by Kinzo, one of the four siblings, or maybe some unknown person? No matter how much they suspected each other, they couldn't reach a conclusion. After getting tired of bickering with each other, they finally reached an extremely obvious conclusion that doubting each other was just a waste of time. So what are they gonna do? We've made no progress. We've just been spinning our wheels. Ah, yes, reaching a conclusion. Core concept of Umineko. The amount of conclusions that have been reached in the past, it's like 65 hours of gameplay, have been low. It's right. And the mere fact that you've realized it means this truly is a Umineko question arc. And the mere fact you realized it means we won't have to waste any more time. I wonder if they're not just gonna bullshit themselves. They reached like, except none of them were right. Okay, you're true. It is not certain that father sent that letter. My husband is merely exasperated by your inability to hold a conversation. Who's unable to hold a conversation? You keep yelling at me every time I say something. Battler contributed to 99% of those. It's like 90% Battler, 10% Kyrie. Everybody else can fuck off. That's why I want more. I need more Kyrie in this act. But she's too powerful, and they keep killing her off every fucking game. They're afraid of what she can do because she's too fucking killer. She's too badass. She's too much of a queen. It's been fucking torture. Do you truly think that such shameful behavior is fitting for a member of the Ushiramiya family? Who would you give? Would you give it a rest, Ava? You too, Natsui-san. That topic's finished for now. Shall we cool our heads off for now? Kirei? Kirei? I'm too far in. I'm too far in. I actually like being wrong. Let's have some cool drinks brought over. Oh, this is where they all die because they drink poison tea. Sounds good. That sounds good. It would probably be wiser if we cooled our heads. Don't you want to take a short break too, dear? Aniki looks like she's in a bad mood, so I'll pass on that break. But I agree about the cool drinks. Rosa, have someone bring some water. They drink small bombs and died, and that's why their stomachs were open. They had little cherry bombs. They ate those. A whole pitcher. Yes, understood. Rosa headed over to the extension telephone in a corner of the room and called the servant room. She then passed on what Rudolph had told her to the person on the other end, which is like probably Kumasawa or Goda. The vicious bickering up until now had vanished as though it had been a lie. The silence continued until Goda finished setting the table and retreated from the room. Is there anything else that you require? No. Please leave us. Yes. Then if you'll excuse me. If you need anything, call me at any time. They really upped his chin in the 7th mod. After listening to the sound of Goda's footsteps disappear off into the distance, everyone took a deep breath at the same time to break the tension. But I like Battler's hair more in the PC like sprites. I feel like they did his hair worse with this. I think these are the PS3 models. I think they're worse. I think Battler's is worse, and like that's it. Key-Ray. That's gonna be drive me nuts. It sure is raining hard. I wonder if this 19th person is taking shelter in the Rose Garden Arbor about now. You know what is an arbor? A shady garden alcove with sides and a roof formed by trees or climbing plants trained over a wooden framework. Oh, that thing. I wonder. They might be able to escape the rain there, but it would be quite cold. A mysterious 19th person as a visitor. Sounds pretty interesting, just like a mystery novel. Normally, in that kind of story, it's a safe bet that the person doesn't exist, that one of the 18 would be faking it. I suspect Genji and the others. Just as I thought, it would be been better if we had dismissed all the servants of the one-winged eagle, no matter what excuses we had to make. I feel like they're not going to do as much dumb shit as last time, though. Come now, don't say that. You must be grateful for their long years of service. Of course, we can't let our guard down. I'm sure you agree too, Nissan, that whether or not Father was behind this, the person who handed Maria the letter was a servant. Indeed. In any event, we were all being friendly in our big happy circle until dinner, weren't we? All the siblings have alibis. Only a servant could have handed Maria that letter. But all of the servants said they were too busy with the bed making to have any spare time during which they could have got to Maria-chan in the Rose Garden. Hey, what are you trying to say then? You aren't saying that the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice-sama, came over and actually handed Maria the letter, are you? Bum. Bum. Rosa, you used to believe in that so much. It really frightened you, right? Don't tell me you still believe at this age in the Witch of the Forest. If she did exist, I'd love for her to appear. But no matter how much I wish, she didn't appear before me even once. She didn't save me from my crisis. Of course not. I just thought that since all 18 of us said we didn't do it, there might really be a 19th person. That can't that can't be. In the first place, we were the only ones who came on that boat. We didn't see any mysterious stranger riding with us. You don't think they could have swam across this rough sea, right? I can't really imagine it. Logically, that's true. It is difficult to imagine that there's a single hidden and uninvited guest on this isolated island. However, it looks like some of us still can't abandon the possibility completely, right? Well, yeah, it's very possible that somebody could have came here before you guys. It's a devil's proof. You guys are wasting your time. This is why they all die, because they waste time talking about this shit, not friggin' playing Kinzo's silly game. Hideyoshi laughed it off, saying there couldn't be a 19th person. You see, I'm one of those people when it comes to shit like this. I'd rather just be agnostic and think nothing until I'm proven of something. But Kairi had sensitively picked up on the delicate atmosphere among the four siblings. Shit. I lost my tab. There we go. In a normal situation, there should have been any uninvited guest on this small, isolated island. How would they have come here, and from where? And where were they hiding? And why hadn't they appeared openly, even though they had sent a letter their name? Nothing could explain that. But not only had the four siblings not joined in on Hideyoshi's laughing, they also seemed unable to completely deny the existence in their hearts the possibility of a 19th person. Kairi-san, please don't misunderstand. It's not as though we believe in anything like that fairy tale legend, like Legend of the Witch. Is this another topic to insult father? Simply speaking of such a thing is a betrayal against him. Giggle, giggle. I wonder. However, this is father we're talking about. It could be possible, right? I don't know anything. What's this? What's this? Why has everyone gotten so gloomy? What are you talking about? In short, the legend of the witch isn't a joke, but a fact. That's ridiculous. Of course, nobody believes in some witch riding a broom and flying in the sky. But the woman in that portrait, Beatrice, might really have existed on this island. Hideyoshi-san, it looks like we aren't talking about a witch, but something a little simpler. So it must be something like this. Hold up. Taking a sip of water. Awesome. Everyone on this island suspects that father had a mistress named Beatrice secretly living somewhere on this island. Is that it? Father was always exemplary at keeping strictly to the rules. It is completely inconceivable that he would bring something so filthy onto this island. Natsui snapped at them immediately, but it looked like the four siblings, including Kraus, didn't agree. On the contrary, they appeared to think Kinzo wouldn't even have hesitated to do something like that. From the beginning, it had been whispered that Kinzo had built a mansion on this island specifically because of the existence of an entrancing mistress. Interesting. I'm sorry, Natsui-san. I know how much you respect Dad, but that rumor's been around for a long time. All the buildings on Rokujima were built by Dad on his own. People always guessed he had some contraption or secret room set up in his mansion that only he knew about. And it's always been whispered that hidden somewhere on this island there's a secret mansion none of us know about. I see. This island might look small on a map, but it's quite large for just the Ashiramiya family to live on. So people have suspected that he built a secret mansion somewhere in the uncivilized forest for his mistress to live in? That would be quite a large-scale scheme. In the beginning, people thought it might be somewhere inside this mansion. That there might be a hidden basement with a fabulous hidden room where the witch in that portrait was secretly hiding. After seeing that intricate auto lock in Dad's study, it isn't too hard to imagine, right? I don't know. After all, Father did spread the rumor that a large amount of gold was hidden somewhere by some mechanism. I wouldn't be surprised if there existed some hidden room inside this very mansion that none of us know about yet. I guarantee you the gold's in this freaking mansion. I think a lot of this is not literal. Like, I think there's got to be something a little more figurative going on with this. At least with this part. I don't know about the second part with the Twilights and the third part with all this shit, but I feel like there's something more figurative about what's going on with the first part of where the key to the Golden Land is. When Mother was alive, she would often scour the entire mansion searching for Father when he wasn't anywhere to be found. Mother also suspected what Rudolph just said. She believed that there was a hidden door or stairway somewhere, and that this blonde-haired mistress was hidden behind it. It's hard to believe, but there are some actual examples in other countries of people cheating with someone over a period of several decades by making them live in a hidden attic room. Furthermore, Kinzo had a mansion this extravagant. It was possible to suspect the existence of a hidden room. From what I've heard, the legend of the Rokanjima witch was just a fairy tale made up to scare children away from the uncivilized forest. But it's starting to sound like there's a little more to this story. Well, as you know, this is a lonely island without anything but the Ushiramiya mansion on it. When Rosa and I were little brats, on stormy nights, we got so scared by the sound of trees listening the direction of the forest. We had this crazy delusion that something weird might be looking out at us from between those trees. It's only natural for a brat to think of stuff like that. But when Rosa and I complained about it, some people figured reading is hard. Some people figured it was more than a brat's imagination. Isn't that right, Aniki? Yeah, Nissan and I thought you might have coincidentally spotted Father's mistress living in a secrecy on this island, as she went out for a walk when no one was looking. Of course, Mother felt the same. Even among the older servants, you often heard that ghost story about how the Witch of the Portrait wanders the mansion at midnight. Plus, I'm not over the whole thing that we don't know really anything about their mom. That really freaking bothers me too. Like, we don't even see a picture of her. Oh well. Outwardly, I just laughed it off as just a ghost story, but on the inside, I suspected very much that it hinted at the existence of a hidden mistress. In that case, you're saying that the existence of a 19th person might not be completely ridiculous. But they might actually be somewhere around here. Sounds like one of those devil's proofs Rudolph's always talking about. It might be possible to prove that there is a 19th person, but it's impossible to prove that a 19th person doesn't exist. Should we continue this discussion under the assumption that there's a person named Beatrice hiding somewhere on this island? That's a good plan, from the perspective of risk management. It's probably much more prudent to say that she might exist rather than saying she couldn't exist. I see. Sorry, I was a bit careless. Rosa-san, sorry for laughing just now. Huh? It's fine, I don't mind. Hideyoshi apologized deeply for taking the worst case scenario lightly, despite calling himself the president of a company. Okay, I don't really know what that has to do with anything, but okay, game. Silence fell again, except for me putting my water cup, big Yeti mug down. Preparing for the existence of a 19th person would mean, in effect, acknowledging the presence of some unknown person hidden on this island. And since this person might be planning something shady, it was only natural that the conversation would turn in an ominous direction. In the past, wait, why'd I give him Hideyoshi's voice? Fuck. In the past, Father would sometimes suddenly disappear without telling anyone where he went. After all, he is a man who values silence. It wouldn't have been out of the ordinary for him to shut himself in some library room after purposely not telling anyone where he was going. However, when the witch theory was slowly refined into a theory about his mistress, people eventually whispered he was secretly going back and forth to see her. Mom was totally paranoid in her last years. She'd sometimes suddenly start making a fuss, asking the servants to start looking for Dad immediately because of some urgent situation. Yes, that did happen sometimes. Mother was always doing things like that in her later years, and that frightening atmosphere still hasn't gone away. This is like the most we've heard about the Yoshira Miya grandma in like ever. I can say it for certain now. Like my crack theory that Beatrice is actually all their mom is not working. It probably doesn't make any sense. It's really freaking dumb. She was a person to be pitied. So then, what happened with those large-scale searches of the house? Did they find anything? No. Father wasn't caught foolishly in a hidden room even once. Always after a long time had passed, he would suddenly show up somewhere. Then he'd say that he'd taken a nap in some library room or that the wind had summoned him to take a walk on the beach. But it was always some place where the servants had already looked. We never knew where Father had gone. I know freaking Kinzo freaking has the ability to freaking do this shit. Kinzo is like my number one suspect. Like by far. Even at that time, Grandfather was famous for his occult inclinations. So some of the servants exaggerated, saying that he might have turned into butterflies and danced around the rose garden. So in short, Father frequently disappeared and no one knew where he went. I love this little pose for her. It's so cute. Yeah. Since we couldn't find him, no matter how much we looked for him inside the mansion, we got more and more sure that Dad might have been somewhere outside. But that the area outside the mansion isn't large at all. It just leaves only the forest. And if you tie that in with the legend of the witch, you get a theory like this. Father actually built a hidden mansion somewhere in the forest, inside of which a mistress by the name of Beatrice lived, and he sometimes went to see her. I was also young at that time. I was so eager to find where Father was having his affair that at one time I followed him when he went outside. Of course, it was a failure. Every time Father went out, he was oddly intent on avoiding places where he might be seen, and was extremely careful to prevent anyone from spotting him. And he was extraordinarily earnest in his attempts to do so. But that actually made me sure he must be going out for some reason that the members of the family couldn't know about. And that'd be going out to meet his mistress. Hold up while I chew a chicken nugget. Okay, thank you. Oh wait, I forgot to... Okay, there we go. Probably trying to avoid being seen. After seeing Hideyoshi nod and say yes, yes, as though it was quite obvious, Ava got a little sullen. Well, anyway, this island was like a sketchbook in which Father, with his Western obsession, could draw out all his dreams. Everything about this island was exactly how Father wanted it. It wouldn't be odd at all if there was a hidden mansion somewhere for his mistress to live in. Does it have to be a mansion? Can't it just be like a little cottage? Ava's words spoke for all of the siblings who had come to think. For a while, the room returned to silence again, and everyone listened to the sound of the wind and rain. Was there a hidden mansion on this island? And had Kinzo's mistress been living there and hiding for a long, long time? Everyone thought they were being too suspicious, and they hesitated for a long time without speaking. But everyone shared a common opinion. Kairi, who had been listening the whole time with her eyes closed, spoke to no one in particular. How long has this rumor about Father's mistress been around? As soon as we moved to this island, about 30 years ago. After all, it probably would have been impossible for him to have a hidden mansion built while we were here. People and materials would have to be going in and out. It would have been exposed quickly. So if it was possible, it happened before we moved here. It probably could have been built along with this mansion when we were still living in Orawara. Since father had to set up a double life with his family and his mistress, it's probably reasonable to assume that he had all planned from the beginning. And his relationship with that mistress probably went back to the days when we lived in Orawara. Probably. If his father says she is the source of the vast amount of gold he used to gain the funds that resurrected the Yoshiro Miya family, we could probably conclude that they had a close relationship since Odawara. A relationship trusting enough for her to lend him a vast quantity of gold. I can't even imagine how old that relationship must have been. Perhaps father gave some kind of valuable advice for succeeding in business. It's natural to think that, out of a sense of gratitude for that this person gave father the gold. If you think about it that way, it's obvious they would have had a close relationship after that. Rather than a festering relationship with a mistress, it probably was a relationship of gratitude that the person who saved the Ashiramiya family from its crisis. I don't know if what Natsui's saying has a ring of truth to it or not. But even in that case, it's building a hidden mansion and having her living going a bit too far. Does that mean they felt something a bit more than gratitude? Well, this is all just speculation. In the first place, no one's ever found that hidden mansion. Aniki, you were planning on expanding this island into a resort, right? As you were doing that, you didn't manage to stumble on it by chance, did you? Maybe even bumped into some gold there, too. Do you think Rokenjima is Treasure Island or something? Don't play dumb. We know that although you say you're opening a resort, you really have been planning to investigate the entire island, right? Judging by all that trouble and confusion we were talking about earlier, you haven't been very successful, have you? I don't know what you're talking about, but it's all a misunderstanding. Isn't it perfectly natural that investigating this island would be the first step into turning it into a resort? Kraus tried to play dumb, but it was plainly obvious to his siblings who knew him so well. Kraus was definitely sure of the existence of a hidden mansion. And under the pretense of opening a resort, he had been closely investigating the island, searching for a clue as to the location of the hidden gold. They couldn't tell whether that conviction was just him overthinking things or whether it was based on some physical proof. Still, if Kraus with all his guile was sure, that was enough proof for the other siblings to be sure too. The story about loving a witch in the forest is obviously a fairy tale. But the story about some blonde-haired girl living secretly in a mansion no one knows about in the middle of a forest is much better. That's right. They really would just be that really would be just like a fairy tale. You like those, don't you, Rosa? Huh? But, well, when the mansion was built on this island, Father was at the height of his prosperity. With his money, he probably could attain anything, make any of his wild imaginings real. A mansion in the forest where a witch quietly waits? It sounds like the kind of situation Father would like. Oh my gosh. Doesn't it? Like something from the occult or a fairy tale. It feels like Dad's kind of hobby. On this island, on which the Yoshiramiya family has lived for 30 years now, a hidden mansion that no one knew about had been quietly built to house a witch, about whom nothing was known except what could it be guessed from a portrait. Even this hastily thrown together story might not be completely delusional, considering all of Kinzo's strange habits and his vast wealth. It might not have been impossible for Father to build a hidden mansion to satisfy his dreams. However, let's be realistic. Would it be possible to house his beloved woman in that hidden mansion for decades without it becoming inconvenient? And what would be his reason to hide her after his wife's dead? Is another good question that they haven't considered. Well, if there was love, it could have been doable, right? Think of the facilities needed to let his beloved woman live healthily, and in a way that would satisfy Father. For example, even if it was just a small scale, it would have to be an intricate and pleasant residence. And it would probably need to have electricity, gas, and running water maintained, as well as some people to see her to her needs. Even cooking would be quite difficult. She would need clothes and makeup, the daily necessities. The needs of a woman aren't simple. Would it be possible to maintain all of that without any of the family or the servants noticing? When you say it that way, it sure sounds like a weak point in our theory. But that isn't enough to get rid of my feelings that Dad might have been able to do it anyway. After all, it's Dad which we're talking about. That's right. It's our father. If Father wanted to succeed in an endeavor, he would succeed no matter what. Saying that something would be difficult for a normal person and therefore impossible doesn't apply when it comes to Father. Indeed, you should never underestimate Father. Father's madness can't be understood by normal people. I wouldn't put it past that, Kinzo. As long as you stick to this phrase, a considerable amount of credibility can dwell in any absurd story. However, that didn't cause the importance of what Kyrie had said to waver. This was different from stealthily raising a kitten in a cardboard box and keeping it a secret from your parents. Taking care of a person in secret over a period of 30 years would be an incalculably massive task. It would be. After all, Father's Legend of the Gold started before he gained possession of Rokenjima. That'd mean his relationship with his mistress was over 30 years long. Oh wait, I didn't do his voice. How old would that make her? In the worst case, she could be as old as us, or older, right? By that age, the body starts to break down. I don't care what the mansion's like. I wouldn't use the word agreeable to describe living in a place where people's eyes can't reach. Almost like she was under house arrest. That's right. If what Father told us about Beatrice is true, then that relationship has lasted over 30 years. She might have been a charming young woman at that time, but probably makes sense to assume she's an old bag like us now. Oh, that's good. Thank you, Ava, for staying on business like that. Thank you so much, Queen. I can easily imagine that, given the contents of that letter, you shouldn't talk. Kraus laughed as if none of this applied to him. Of course, Ava was offended, but she didn't strike back. Quit it, Aniki. So if everything we're thinking's true, then she should be joining in on Dad's inheritance problem with her head held high. After all, there's a good chance that their love was mutual, unlike with Mom. Even if she knows she's his mistress, she might also be proud to be his true wife. That is an insult to Mother. Yeah, sorry. However, everyone knows that it was a political marriage decided on by the elders among his relatives. Whoops, I just fucked up my mouse sensitivity. Because of that, it definitely wouldn't be strange for Dad to have a mistress. The family sank after the Great Kanto earthquake, and the father was set up as the Ishirimiya family head against his will. However, in the beginning, the elder relatives treated Kinzo like a puppet, like a dummy, and influenced him powerfully, almost like he was a puppet. Hold up, I need like 3 minutes. we are back. I had to get some water. More water and a banana and go to the Badezimmer. He wasn't permitted to decide anything by himself. Not even his. Where were we? Okay. Ever since he met that golden witch Beatrice in those distant days, Kinzo's legend of the gold was quickly embellished into something dramatic. In other words, it could mean. Okay, I had to make sure my text was hidden. That Kinzo really did find a woman he loved. If she also knew the whole story, even if they weren't marriage partners, it wouldn't have been odd for her to consider herself his true wife inside her heart. And now the person registered as his true wife was already dead. Which means she might feel confident in staking her claim, not just for the rights to his assets, but regarding the battle over the headship, too. I see. I'm starting to see the purpose of this letter. The headship goes to the one who solves the riddle of the epitaph. Is that what it means? Even if that mistress was added into the family ranking system, she isn't a direct relative of father's, so she'd be even inferior to the children. In other words, she'd be one step below Rosa in rank. That wouldn't be a good position to enter for the Battle of the Headship from. I see, so that's it. If someone can solve the witch's riddle, they'll get the headship regardless of rank. In other words, it's the most advantageous condition Beatrice could possibly get, since she's got no chances otherwise. The revival of the Yoshirimiya family was made possible by the gold Beatrice had bestowed. That was quite a distinguishing service she had provided. She had built that wealth together with Kinzo, so it was natural that she would think of herself as someone who should inherit it. It would also be natural for her to despise the thought of giving it up to the pure children of the wife Kinzo never loved. Did I say pure children? Idiotic children. How could she be so impudent? Even if such a mistress actually exists, joining in on a battle for the rights of the head's inheritance would be a reckless action far above her place. What disregard for her own position. Natsui turned red, her fist quivering. She also had to come to the Yoshimiya register due to complicated circumstances. Those who knew that understood more or less why she got so angry for the sake of Kinzo's dead wife. Well, thanks to that careless action of hers, we might have an even chance now, right? Father has given his silent approval. Will the person who succeeds the Yoshirimiya family be his mistress, Beatrice? Or one of us, the relatives he doesn't love? Maybe he wants us to make us struggle over to see who's worthy. As Ava giggled roguishly, Kraus shrugged his shoulders and looked away. However, since she's the one who brought this rule to light in the first place, maybe that means it gives her a significant advantage. That's right. In the first place, if Beatrice meant that letter literally, then she's father's alchemist. In other words, she's the manager of his gold. It wouldn't be strange at all if she knew it was hidden, wouldn't it? Isn't that harsh? It's like she's giving us a riddle she knows the answer to, because that's what she is doing. She'll probably show up rudely and say, hey, here's the answer. I'll take the headship now. And snatch everything away from us. That's right. The person who brings up a riddle always knows the answer. It's a good chance this is all a trap to steal everything from us. If you think about it like that, don't you start to doubt whether she really had any gold in the first place? Why would she tell us about it? All she has to do is keep quiet and embezzle it. It really is strange. Why do I, like, to me, Rudolph sounds like Vince McMahon. You know? Oh shit, I don't know what Vince McMahon's son's name is, the fat guy. But Kenzo is like a good Vince McMahon, was also be a good, like, Rudolph just gives like Alex Jones or like Vince McMahon voice to me, like that super gruff, like raspy voice. My voice is like higher pitched, so I can't really do it. That certainly was the case. If the epitaph showed the way to the hidden gold, why would she challenge them and try to solve it? If they actually did solve it, wouldn't the gold all be stolen from her? Could it be that this person was trying to stir up the siblings so hard they'd solve the epitaph, and then she planned to seal it away at the last second? It was an extremely logical possibility. No. If you spin the chessboard around, there might be a pretty good chance that they actually do have the gold. Why are you so certain? Wait, Aniki. Kyrie, please keep talking. Why do you think that? After all, do they really think we'll let go of the Ushira Mia family headship just because someone tells us the answer to the riddle of the witch's epitaph? That will be so impressed by their answer we'll just give up? Well, that's true. No way they'd being so naive that they'd assume we'd just give up after being told the answer to that riddle. That we'd just say, here you go, and hand it over. Of course, the headship of the Ashirmia family is not something that can be handed over so easily. That's it exactly. No matter how Beatrice might one-sidedly propose a game like this, even if she were to spectacularly show us the answer, there's no way we'd obediently hand over the headship. In other words, unless she has a compelling force in the form of challenging us, the game to a game with equal conditions for all, this won't truly count as a game. You're right. I had to reread that. I just think I totally. Okay. I just had to get like caught up with that. Sometimes when you read, you get a little out loud. It's hard to. You're right. Unless the losers have no choice but to give up on the headship because of a compelling force, this won't really count as a game. And what might that compelling force be? They bind us in chains and threaten us into handing over the headship? I see. I get it. They just have to do something to make us want to give up the headship willingly. Yes, I see. To do that, Beatrice would have to own 10 tons of gold. I see, I get it too. In other words, it's a trade. Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean, a trade? Trade what? The Ushirimiya family headship for the hidden gold. Beatrice surely plans to tell us the location of the 10 tons of gold and use that as a bribe to gain the Ushirimiya family headship. Ridiculous. This face is so Natsui, it's insane. They want to trade the headship of the glorious Ushirimiya family for money? That's blasphemy. Blasphemy against the Ushirimiya family. Please listen without getting mad. About how much wealth does this glorious Ushirimiya family have right now? Are we really that affluent? The definition of affluence is not dependent on property. It is about heart. As the shit she says freaking is so funny. Like, Natsui is just freaking, like, cope and sieve manifest. That's all she does is cope and sieve. It's so freaking hilarious. I never get tired of her coping and seething for some bullshit reason or the other. My daughter's a dumbass. I shot myself in the head on accident, like a dumbass. Anyways, I hope she dies again, and I hope Kairi gets the gun, because I really freaking trust Kairi with the fucking gun. Our financial situation has nothing to... Kraus interrupted Natsui as she started to go on and on emotionally. Everybody's freaking knows that freaking Natsui just freaking yep. In this situation, the more she went on like that, the worse it would actually sound. Me aside, I hear your current situations are quite unfavorable. Oh, really? I'd heard that your financial situation's really bad too. Offering up more and more as collateral for new money to gamble with. Repeatedly dabbling in new gambles, unable to accept your losses. If we count what's going on behind the scenes, you're in even bigger financial straits than the rest of us. Just how much money have you lost, Nissan? You have no talent. Who are you saying has no talent? And what do you mean financial straits? Natsui became indignant once more, but Kraus raised his hand again and interrupted her. It seems you are making a small mistake. Business is not something that can be judged based on current progress alone. For someone with a long-term outlook on business such as myself, it may sometimes appear at a glance that I have suffered significant short-term losses. Aniki, we've been collecting evidence. Your position right now isn't one to be proud of. So this is what Kairi's trying to say. I just love the idea that in my head canon, this whole family grows broke in the 90s. Like, they lose everything in the 90s. Even today, the Japanese economy is so bad. It has never... Their economy has not recovered in, like, 40 years. Every one of us has got money trouble. And Beatrice has 10 tons of gold. As the only person who knows the location of the 10 tons of gold, Beatrice is planning on using it to force us to sell the headship. About how much is 10 tons of gold worth? 2 billion yen? No, 20 billion yen. With that much piled up, we'd be ecstatic to accept her as the successor. The scene returned to silence. In fact, the rain and wind felt even noisier now. It was probably the sound of the windstorm racing through the insides of their minds. This isn't funny. I think we've given up the headship to some woman of doubtful origin, just because she has a little money stored up. Don't be stupid. The headship wasn't even yours in the first place, right? We got nothing to lose and money to gain. We'll have to calculate our profit and loss, but it's something worth listening to. They knew Kraus had eaten much of the Ishirimiya family's assets. So it was dregs that remained of that inheritance versus the cost of being accepted as the head that Beatrice would pay. It was a shame, but honestly, the former was less enticing than the latter. Well, it probably wouldn't end up as 4 equal portions, since Aniki would be giving up his position as successor. His proportion would have to be larger. Makes me feel kind of jealous, you know? Dear, the amount of money isn't the problem, right? Your cowardly younger siblings are trying to sell the glory of the Ishirimiya family for money, don't you see? Why aren't you displaying your dignity as the oldest son? Because I've done nothing this whole game except die and be an asshole. Natsui, stay quiet for a while. Yeah? This is a dizzying proposal. We were planning on getting 250 million yen out of Aniki. If the witch treats us with 10% of those 10 tons, that's 2 billion. Yeah. I mean, she's treating us with 10 times our original goal. That alone would be more than enough for us. It's not like I've got any attachment to the Ishirimiya name. I'd be happy to sell it off. Even 10 tons is a slightly optimistic figure. Yes, it'd be a fascinating prospect for us. We were trying to form an alliance among the siblings to kick this outsider called Beatrice out. But if this is her plan, it'll tear apart the unity between us. Yeah, by that point, we could state it clearly. The goal of Beatrice's letter was to disturb our alliance. If the 3 younger siblings, who never had anything to do with the inheritance, were paid enough money to satisfy them, they would happily accept Beatrice as the next head. A moat had been dug all around Kraus. In that case, the negotiations would be a one-on-one between her and Kraus. He tried to look strong, but Kraus's financial and political situation was extremely weak. He might bluff in front of his siblings, but on the inside, he was considering entering negotiations, depending on the sum of money involved. In order to bury his losses, Kraus had taken advantage of the fact that Kinzo had shut himself up in his room and had embezzled Kinzo's personal assets. Therefore, when Kinzo died and that inheritance was distributed, Krause's situation would probably be investigated. But if he gave up his seat as the head to Beatrice, she would also receive the rights to the assets, and as a result, the distribution of the inheritance to the siblings would not occur. In other words, Krause's embezzlement might not have been made known to the other siblings. Blah, 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 reading is hard. Of course, the siblings were frightened of Kinzo, but it was doubtful whether they truly actually respected him as a father. By this time, they each had their own families, their own wealth, and their own lives. If they were paid enough money in exchange for Rokonjima, the wreckage of Kinzo's dreams, there was a significant likelihood that they'd relinquish the Ashira family name. In other words, Beatrice's victory was already guaranteed in this game. No, not as a winner of Beatrice's game, but as the winner of Kinzo's game. Kinzo once ordered that the epitaph be put on display, and until today, no one had solved it. So Beatrice solved it. In other words, this is less of a game and more like Beatrice's declaration of victory. However, Kairi still thought that there might be a catch. If this was a declaration of victory, Beatrice would have to display her gold openly to state her intent to buy the inheritance. And yet, she had gone through all this trouble telling the siblings to try to solve the epitaph. Why did she set up this new game where she agreed to hand over all the gold and the inheritance to the epitaph solver? Kairi tried spinning the chessboard around several times. She searched for the sort of ideal strategy Beatrice might be after, something that could lead to this kind of thinking. In the end, she reached a single conclusion. Could it be arrogance? Or maybe she's playing? What are you talking about? The witch sent us a letter of challenge, forcing us to try to solve the epitaph. She might be taking us lightly, thinking we can never solve it. However, at the very least, there ought to be an extremely small chance that we do solve it. After all, we have here 4 of Father's children by blood, right? The questioner called together 4 blood relatives who, if they tried to frantically work together and avoid having those assets stolen from them, might come across the answer of the riddle by chance. The reason the witch had a superior position in negotiations compared to the siblings was because she was only she knew the location of the hidden gold. But if that hiding place was exposed to someone other than her, the witch's negotiations would crumble. In short, Beatrice gains nothing but risk by writing this witch's letter of challenge. Of course, this might have had the effect of splitting apart the siblings' alliance. But if that was her only goal, why should she take the risk, however slight it might be? That seems reckless to me. But if we keep in mind a certain type of emotion, but risk becomes incomprehensible. You're saying it's arrogance. Yes, that's right. When people have an overwhelming advantage, they tend to get arrogant. And when they do, they want to show off that advantage to the losers. So they sometimes take on small risks. A moderate amount of risk adds a little spice to the joy of victory. It'd be boring to win without any risks. I think freaking Kyrie's on his shit right now. I understand. I like that kind of thing, too. Yeah, I understand it well. I thought of a few plausible explanations for the true motive behind Beatrice's letter, but I think this really might be the truth. The emotion hidden behind the letter was arrogance. Arrogance. She's trying to throw her weight around, looking down on us, as if there's no way we could figure out such a difficult epitaph. It might even be possible. It was surprising that the epitaph wasn't written by Father, but by her. Sounds great. Solve the riddle of the epitaph, she says. If only I solved it, I would be made head, right? Why did her eye color change when she got older? I'll solve it. I'll accept the witch's challenge. As if those other idiot siblings could solve it. I'll solve it by myself, and then I'll prove that I'm the one who's fit to succeed the Ashiramiya family. I'll take that challenge. I will. Solve the riddle. Alright, I'll be right back. I need another break. Sorry, folks. And let's put it like right here. Oh wait, I'm gonna make sure we ban this guy real quick. There we go. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I shouldn't have to, like, go AFK for, like, a crazy amount of time again. My bad. I see. So she's not a witch, but a mistress named Beatrice who lived on the island. So there can be more than 18 people. Which means I can defeat the line of reasoning saying the crime can be... Which means I can defeat the line of reasoning that says any crime impossible for all 18 people must involve magic. That's a big scoop. Pardon me. Battler-sama, would you like some black tea and cookies? Beato's butler, who called himself Renove, appeared out of nowhere. A plate set on a silver tray that he had held was filled with delicious-looking, steaming black tea and cookies. That seems like a weird combo. Like tea and cookies. No, coffee and cookies. There we go. I really don't like this guy's smile. For some reason, it doesn't look like a smile used to warmly greet a guest. It feels like he's mocking me somehow. I don't know if he really takes me for an idiot, or if it's just a joke or something, but it's really irritating me. I don't need any. I'm busy now. Leave me alone. Oh my. Such a shame, and the cookies were so delicious, too. Cooked so wonderfully, though they would never be wasted on a mere human. I'll eat some when I feel like it. Just set it down somewhere and I'll get out of here. And get out of here. Will that be acceptable? Then I shall do so. You may eat them when they get cold and stale, and regret to the fullest that you did not eat them while they were fresh. You really are annoying. Well, you're a lot better than that Beato who keeps doing that creepy cackle right next to my ear. Yes, that is quite true. There are some times when my lady's laughter becomes quite undignified. Every time I hear it, I find it painful to comprehend. Why such a noble demon as myself must serve such a master. Pukukuku. Man, you're weird. If you don't like it, then couldn't you just not work for her? And yet, to continue serving is furniture's joy. If we do not serve, we would hardly be furniture. Setting that aside, how has the game been proceeding? Just now you seem to have found some useful information that quite pleased you. Well now, I wonder what your shallow wit has conjured up. As Rodave mocked me and giggled, he followed my earlier words literally and placed the black tea and cookies in a random spot nearby. In any case, it appears you are now more confident in the existence of a 19th person, yes? Would you be gracious enough to allow me to hear your opinion? Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna say it in front of Beato anyway. No reason to hide it. Basically, it looks like there's a hidden mansion somewhere on this island, and that grandfather had his mistress living there. So the question that's been torturing me about whether there are 18 people or 19 people can be easily resolved. You've driven yourself into a corner because of the dead end that you yourself have created. Even though you deny the witch, Battler-sama, you hold a double standard and refuse to accept the culprit as one of the 18. The easiest way to deny the witch would be to suspect one of the 18. And it isn't easy to gather alibis for every one of them. You always find at least one person with a fragile alibi. I could probably continue to deny the witch forever if I just used that person as a scapegoat. However, I refuse to do that. It's useless. It's all useless. Every one of those 18 people is either a parent, a relative, or a cousin to me. And those reliable servants, who are sometimes serious and sometimes fun to be with. I won't let myself use any one of them as a scapegoat. In the past, my resolve wavered. However, that's how Beato that's how Beato hit me where my heart was weak. Ah, accepting and understanding one's own weaknesses. It's not something that could be often be accomplished. Butler-sama, you use this theory about a 19th person as a spear, or should I say a shield. In any event, in contrast to how unprepared you were in the previous games, the fact you now have a compass bearing on how to fight is a dramatic leap forward, let us say. With this, you can suspect a 19th person and pursue your theory that the culprit is a human, without having to doubt any one of the 18 you love and respect. That's it exactly. Like in the first game, when Cannon-kun was killed in the boiler room, there was plenty of tricks I could have mentioned without hesitation, as long as a 19th person existed. In the first game, Cannon was killed in the boiler room. One might think he was attacked by Kumasawa-san, who had gone into the boiler room with him. Or maybe that someone who had appeared to be dead earlier was actually faking and had ambushed him. Either way, it was a move that forced me to suspect one of the 18. However, by simply proposing that a 19th person existed, there was no longer any need to suspect one of the 18 for that murder in the boiler room. In short, I can at least deny the line of reasoning saying that if something is impossible for every one of the 18, the culprit therefore is a witch. Using that argument, it's easy to explain, for example, the problematic case that has already occurred in this game. Who gave Maria the letter? Even if all 18 people have alibis, I could easily explain everything by saying the 19th person must have visited her and given her the letter. I'd say that's quite a good move. Now, how would I strike back against it? You still have plenty of weak points, even if you are aware of them. Maybe the 18-person attack would be an effective move. To judge the strength of your defense, it may be amusing to contest that point again. Then how will you do it, Demon Butler? I believe it would be appropriate to ambush the piece representing this 19th person you mentioned. Butler-sama, you never met this 19th person, yes? Would you please show some proof that this 19th person exists? How naive. Of course, I knew you'd probably try to make that move. Try that move. My. Please respond to it. Witches and demons and the like? There's no more fitting move for you guys to use. It's one of those. Devil's proofs! Whoa. When you try to make some claim that humans like us, we always counterattack by telling you to show some proof. Because that's a human move. But I'm fighting a witch. I'm taking part in a battle with someone who isn't human. And some moves exist that can only be used in a game against a witch. There are cheat moves. And that's what this devil's proof is. Because it's impossible to prove. Let's assume that there's a hidden mansion on Rokenjima, separate from the Ushiramiya family mansion. And that a woman named Beatrice lives there. In order to prove this, one must find the mansion and actually bring Beatrice out of it. That's called actual proof in the human world. However, if we follow the rule of the devil's proof, you can't deny that she exists, even if there's no proof that she does. Because it's impossible to prove something that doesn't exist. That's right. I'm finally able to turn the tables using the devil's proof which tormented me so much before. Those guys were always trying to force me to accept the existence of a witch with it. After all, it was physically impossible for me to show any proof that witches don't exist and deny Beato's claims. And drink a huge thing of water to get hydrated as fuck. And check my phone real quick. That's why I kept getting hit with the reckless argument that witches do exist and was unable to counterattack. But now I'm doing it. If I could disprove the existence of witches, that means if I suggest that a 19th human exists, you can't deny that either. Checkmate, liberal. In other words, because this problematic and mysterious mistress is craftily hiding herself, it'd be perfectly natural to assume you never found her, no matter how hard you'd look. So if you can't say that, your inability to find this 19th person proves that she doesn't exist. Therefore, it's impossible to deny the 19th person's existence. Beato used the devil's proof to make denying her own existence impossible. But this time, it's become my weapon, and I'm saying the exact same thing. If we can get away with this argument, then just forget a 19th person. This island could be full of people who we don't know about. Even if there were 10 or 100 of them, she still couldn't deny that they existed. In the last game and the one before that, among the murder scenes that showed up, there were several that were extremely intricate and must have taken a lot of effort to set up. It's really hard to imagine a single culprit setting up all of those. However, if not just a 19th person, but 10 or 100 were hidden somewhere, that wouldn't be any problem at all. If they all split up the work, they could handle any job in a short period of time. Of course, doubts will naturally arise as to whether a large group of people like that could sneak around the mansion without being noticed, but those are all settled by the devil's proof. You could deny that even 100 people were there just because they weren't seen or noticed. Even though I'm saying it myself, it's a stupid argument that makes me want to throw up. However, because it's such a dirty move, it's a perfect one to use against a witch. Well, this is just my imagination. But what if about 100 suspicious men wearing goat masks were hiding in the shadows? Something like that's worse than laughable. Almost like they're cockroaches. If you see one, then it means there's 100 more hiding somewhere. Well, I do think it's a ridiculous argument that gets horribly twisted. If my opponent were human, I'm sure they'd yell at me like I was out of my mind. But my opponent is a witch. After all, that's the kind of competition we're having, isn't it? I'll use any kind of reckless argument to explain it using humans and deny the witch. Anyway, with this move, I won't have to doubt any of the 18 who are close to me again. I won't suffer a defeat like last time again. I see. You've learned from your previous defeat. That is good. It's no surprise that you've become so devious now that you're in your third game. You first strengthen your own defenses. That is truly a solid first step. Quite a spectacular move, I would say. Well, even if we do assume that there's a 19th person, there are still a few tricks left that I can't resolve, like the actual number of master keys, no matter how many humans I add. Still, it isn't a bad first step for the time being. Battler-sama, your trump card is the most important piece, called the 19th person. You countered my move of asking where the proof was by using the devil's proof. A good skirmish. Although I must apologize for making a move by myself when Milady isn't here. I find, too, that I am growing slightly interested. I wonder if you'll allow me to make another move on Milady's behalf. Let's have it. I've got no shortage of opponents, be they witches or demons. That move you presented, called the Devil's Proof, It's a specialty of us demons, but there are also various other moves available to us. Do you know of a move called Hempel's Raven? I don't. What is Hempel's Raven? Let me Google it real quick. Shit. Oh, this is like a logic thing. Oh god, this is actually... Nope, there's a lot of reading here. Oh, this is very, very... Okay, yep. This is a very long article, and I'm not going to read it. Hempel's Raven? What are you talking about? Hi, Beatrice. Just then, that enraging laugh I've heard so many times started echoing. The room was filled with dazzling golden butterflies, and in the center of that whirlwind, the Golden Witch appeared. If it isn't Milady, good morning. I thought you might be doing something interesting while I was away. Hempel's Raven, was it? Such a familiar old move that I could almost laugh. To think the day has come when I get to show it off to Battler. It's a classic move to use against a devil's proof. Rodave, I will make this move. Do not get in the way of my fun. So you've finally shown up, you guffawing witch. I see you're laughing like a freak, just like usual. This guy's was talking behind your back now, telling me how undignified you look when you do that. Right? How rude. Hold up, I gotta get into like a comfy reading position here. Is that true? Nonsense. Why would I speak such gossip about Milady, whom I regard with such sincere respect? I can't believe you'd say something so shameless. Doesn't look like we've been getting along well together. Well, that is fine. Let us return to the point at hand. Hempel's Raven is used to show actual proof using the contrapositive. Oh, this is getting a bit too much for me. In other words, it is a move like this. What must you do to prove that ravens are black? Huh? What are you talking about? Prove that ravens are black? Wouldn't you just have to catch a raven and see if it's black? That's right. You must simply prove that a raven equal black. Do you see that if you instead prove that birds that aren't black equal not ravens, you would reach the same argument? Uh, not all blackbirds are ravens. If you go throughout the world and examine all birds that are not ravens and prove that none of them are black, then as a result you claim that therefore blackbirds are ravens. This is called an argument by the contrapositive. Is that too difficult for you? A little bit. Yeah, no kidding. I got no idea what you're saying. Me neither. I'm gonna reread it. I don't see that actually, Beatrice. I really don't. Because not all blackbirds are ravens, some are crows. Battler-sama, what about this example? Let us say that you have two boxes, and one of them is a winner, with a cookie inside. Of course, the other one is a loser and is empty. For example, here are two boxes. Where one has a cookie inside, it means you win, while the other is empty, it means you lose. At this moment, it has a cookie inside equals you win, which implies that you do not win equals it had no cookie inside. When such a relationship exists, the latter is called a contrapositive. When if A then B is true, then if not B, then not A is also true. Well, that's obvious. If the one you guessed was the loser, then you'd automatically know that the other one was the winner. In other words, if you choose the box at random, whether it's the winner or the loser, you'll be able to figure out which box has the cookie in it after your first move. That's correct. If the cookie is in the box you open, then the devil's proof is satisfied. You could directly prove that this box is the winner equal this box has a cookie in it. However, if the box you open is empty, then the reverse, Hempel's Raven is satisfied. In other words, this box does not have a cookie in it equals this box is not the winner. And as long as we accept the premise that there are no more than two boxes. The contrapositive shows that the other box is automatically the winner. Well, I think I'm starting to see your reasoning. Only poison can stop poison, and only twisted logic can stop twisted logic. Then what? How does that overturn my claim that because there's definitely a 19th human hidden on this island, even if all 18 people have alibis, I still won't have to accept witches? Very well. I will teach you about my move. First of all, you are stating the culprit is not among the 18 equals the culprit is a 19th person. So if you use the contrapositive, it ends up like this. If the culprit is not a 19th person, the culprit is one of the 18. Huh? What in the world do you mean? Not only that I've countered your move. Let's try and keep things simple. Ranove, explain. It seems you've made things easy for Battler to understand with your cookie in a box analogy. Then forgive my presumption. Allow me to explain my earlier example once more. Allow me to repeat my earlier story about two treasure boxes, one of which has a cookie in it. In this situation, you have an 18th person box and a 19th person box. So the cookie represents the culprit. Battler-sama, let's say you opened the 18th person box. Because the cookie is not there, you have paradoxically proven that therefore the cookie is in the 19th person box. Now let's make an even more paradoxical claim. In other words, if it was first shown that the 19th person box was empty, it would prove at the exact same time that the cookie is in the 18th person box. Battler-sama played this move in order to avoid having to doubt any of the 18, but it's now being used to prepare an 18-person attack. Ugh. What the hell? Cackle, 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 cackle. If I go first and prove that the inside of the 19th person box is empty, you will automatically have to accept that the cookie is in the 18-person box. All I've done is say the other way around, yes? So that move I was so confident in was actually a double-edged sword? That's right. As soon as you played that move and attempted to explain everything with the 19th person, you'd already taken on a risk that you might be forced to accept that the culprit was one of the 18. Damn, she got me there. I see. Hippel's Raven. So this is a countering technique. Wait, if I really think about it, this counter is really disadvantageous for me. This isn't a cookie we're talking about. If I imagine that the loser treasure chest actually has a bomb in it, it gets even clearer. Okay, Battler. And there aren't just 2 treasure chests, but 18, plus 1 more for the 19th person. If you think of it as a total of 19 boxes, it's even easier to picture. First off, one of the premises of the human culprit theory is that the bomb will definitely be in one of these boxes. I don't want to place the bomb in the boxes of any of the 18, so I used the devil's proof and created a 19th person box so I could throw the bomb in there. That much was fine. But then Beato struck back. Now, if the contents of the 19th person box are empty, that'll automatically mean that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. Isn't that a good thing, Battler? Doesn't that mean there's no magic and that you're actually chill as fuck and you're good? If I could examine what's inside all 18 of those boxes, then as long as I can show that the bomb isn't in any of them, I'll be able to safely show that the 18 are innocent. Well, let's at least go down to 17, because I don't think Maria did it. It'd be 16 for Kumasawa, because I don't think she could do it either. And let's make Kinto's box, like, twice as big. Because it's probably him that did it. If that were possible, I'd have nothing to fear. However, in reality, that'll be almost absolutely impossible. The police wouldn't come here in this typhoon. We don't have access to scientific investigations or experts or anything. In short, we can't prove anything decisively. It'll be impossible for me to find any proof other than simply gulping down whatever alibis each of the 18 give. That means I'll personally have to prove their innocence, and I have to do it perfectly. Like, by staying with them the whole time, never letting them out of my sight for a second. By doing that, I can probably be sure of that person's innocence. Sure, that bomb isn't in their box. However, in practical terms, that'll be impossible. In other words, I'll have to expend an incredible effort just to check the contents of one box. There are 18 of them. In other words, unless I bound all 18 of them in chains and watch over them, it'll be impossible to prove that all of them have empty boxes. However, Beato only has to open one box, the 19th person box, and show that it's empty to prove that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. Furthermore, there's no need to show which of the 18 boxes has the bomb. Well, actually, if it is one of the 18, I think you win, Battler, because then it's one of the 18 and it was magic. I don't think I understand this, but I don't know. Battler, don't you want there to be 18 people and one of them be a bomb? So then you can at least have to only struggle with dealing with one person being the killer and not like one of... And hopefully it's just being that fuck-ass Kinzo? I don't know. Oh, these glasses. I need to get my other ones, but they're way over there. And by way over there, I mean like 3 feet of clutter, but still. I've got to do more work to explain my pet theory than Beatrice does for hers. I got 18 times more work to do to explain my pet theory. When a devil's proof exists in the world, it takes a vast amount of effort to argue against it. And there are many cases in which it is impossible to do because of the situation. However, Hempel's Raven turns that problem around and makes it possible to prove things easily. By using Hempel's Raven, various reckless arguments become possible to prove true or false. For example, let's say I make the proposition, all humans except me equal foolish. Normally, I would have to examine all of humanity except myself and show that they are foolish. However, in reality, it would be impossible to investigate billions of people. It's just the same sort of effort you need to open all 18 boxes. But for me to prove that all people that I am not foolish, and we look at me, it's easier. I don't get that. But then more than one person can be foolish. Or there could be 2 cookies in a box, or 3. My brain is just thinking about the fucking nature of truth and shit. Fuck that. However, by using Hempel's Raven, the contrapositive that proposition would change into contrapositive of that proposition would change into this. If you to use your phrase, spin the chessboard around and claim all humans except me equal foolish, you would have to do nothing more than prove that not foolish equals me. And what do you think that means? Cackle, cackle. As soon as I know the fact that I am wise, I'll be able to show that in an instant that every one of the billions of people in the human race is foolish. In less than a second, I could finish proving that the entire human race is more foolish than me. It truly is the strongest and fastest QED in the world. This Hempel's Raven. What's a QED? Oh, fucking epistemology. Fuck me. Oh no. Quod ad erat demonstrandum, which is being demonstrated. Oh, it means that she's done with her point. This Hempel's Raven. What a ridiculous argument. It is it is a very convenient move. Oops, I hit my chat. And I refresh the chat by switching the language. Not only demons, but gods also use it when they propose that the blessed equal the servants of a god. The contrapositive is a human is not a servant of God equals he must not be blessed. So, in order to prove the servants of God are blessed with divine protection, they only have to bring ill fortune down upon those people who don't receive such protection. So, by bringing misfortune down upon those who don't believe in them, they prove their blessedness. An enormous cost is required to give humans happiness. However, It takes a lot less to bring humans misfortune. Cackle, 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 cackle. So by using Hempel's Raven, gods are actually giving believers the joy of divine protection for cheap. You demon. It's a demon's argument. That's crazy. It seems we've gotten off topic. Let's get back to the point. The move for my counterattack is complete. And now, in response, you claim the 19th person is the culprit. Therefore, the 18 are innocent and the witch doesn't exist. I say, therefore, if I can prove that the culprit is not some 19th person, we can be sure that the culprit is one of the 18 or a witch. But, okay, he also doesn't have to prove that it's one of the 18. He has to prove that all this could happen in a mundane sense. Right. For a while, I just stood there, shocked, completely forgetting to close my mouth. Just when I thought I'd countered one of their strong points, their counterattack had been this reckless argument that I could possibly have anticipated. Is this gonna be impossible after all? To continue denying the witch on an island with no more than 18 people, and still believe in the innocence of those 18 people? Is that just a delusion? Am I just trying to escape reality? Is it really it's such a bad thing to accept Kinzo could have done it, Battler? Is it really that hard? Not yet. Don't give up on this desperate struggle yet. Who cares about whoever's Raven? They're just trying to confuse me by bringing up weird bits of trivia. I use the devil's proof. Don't feel uncertain about something used once. Believe in the spear you've drawn, and then forcefully gouge it in. We're still in the opening part of the game. Do you plan to keep thinking on this level? Ah, wait a sec. I want to be sure. I'll admit I talked about a 19th person to keep it simple. But if we're going to use the devil's proof to raise the number of people above 18, then we'd have no way of knowing if there were 10 or 100 people or an indeterminate number of people. There's always one more than you assume. Get it? N plus 1. N plus X plus 1. They countered my twisted logic with something even more twisted. The only thing that could counter was an even crazier twisted logic. There's actually 23. Even if I somehow prove the alibi for the 19th person, as soon as I do, you will think up a 20th person and claim they are the culprit. Battler, that's actually fucking genius. It could have been a 20th person, you see. By repeating this endlessly, you would make it so I keep searching for their alibis for all eternity. I see. Cackle. Just like a demon king summoning a plague of locusts. I wouldn't expect anything less from Kinzo's grandchild. That is fucking kind of smart, Battler. It looks like you have been gifted with the talent of summoning. In short, it's impossible to always prove an alibi for each person X outside of the first 18. How do you look like that? How do you like that, Beato? Now that I know we're having a battle with twisted logic, I won't lose. Cackle, 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 cackle. How foolish. Who do you think I am? I am the Endless Witch. I thought you could challenge me endless. The thought that you could challenge me endlessly is just absurd. Endless control means that I am able to kill endlessly. When your 19th person folds, you will summon a 20th. And when your 20th person folds, you will summon a 21st. And when your 21st person folds, a 22nd person folds, you will summon a 23rd, a 34th, a person. Did you think you'd have me at your mercy for all eternity? I laughed at infinite regresses. Well, no, there's not infinite. There's like 7 billion. She would just go till he hit 7 billion, and then she'd fucking win, because then she could prove an alibi for everybody in the whole world. Okay. Anyways, it's not infinite, Beatrice. Actually, infinite argument doesn't work against me. Well then, how will you kill my endless? Just try and show me. I have the power to speak truth in red. What is she gonna say? Here it comes. When I speak in red, it will contain absolutely no illusions. And it will contain absolutely no illusions if I say once in red that there are no more than 100 people on this island. You will no longer be permitted to create a 101st person. Cackle, cackle. See, Battler? What truth shall I find in red this time? Where shall I strike for the kill and force you into hopelessness? Cackle, cackle, cackle. Come, show me your usual frightened face. Well, I'm not over the fact that if it's one of... She's gonna say 19, because if she says 19... Okay, so if she said 18, it couldn't be a witch, because there is no magic, and it's just one of them that killed them. So she's gonna say 19, right? What? Why are you laughing? Oh, is he realizing this too? I wonder what kind of creepy look I had on my face as I laughed right then. That red sure is crazy scary. Every time it jumps out, I'm driven into the depths of hopelessness. But I've already realized something. There's no need to be overly afraid of the red. You've brought out your trump card again. So, how and for what will Beatrice-sama use the red this time? Who do you mean by that? Suddenly looking so relaxed. Sorry, but I was waiting for you to take out that blood-red treasured sword of yours. Ooh, that's good writing. Let's see. What'll you proclaim in red this time? You aren't going to say that culprit is one of those 18 people, are you? Be careful, since that means self-destruction for you, right? That'd be the same as throwing away your own witch theory yourself. A complete resignation. That's right. The red wasn't always a weapon that worked in Beato's favor alone. It was the other way around. If she used it the wrong way, it was dangerous enough that she could bring about her own death. If she used it carelessly and said something that ended up denying herself, that'd be the same as self-destructing. Of course, it'd be sad and difficult for me to accept if you told me in red that one of the 18 was the culprit. No matter who the culprit actually was, I'd definitely have to deal with some tough emotions. But before that, it would mean your defeat. Saying it in red that the culprit is a human is equivalent to your proclamation of resignation. If you wanted us to finish each other off in a simultaneous clash, I'd say that's a pretty interesting move. However, this particular battle will end in my victory. This is so fucking peak right now. This is so fucking peak. He's fucking walked her into a corner right now. This is so fucking good. This is great writing. This is the best writing we've had in a while. At least this whole episode. Like, honestly, the best parts of this game is just when these two miserable fuckers arguing who stole the fucking cookie from the cookie jar. It's great. It's so good. And Battler's gonna fucking win. Beatrice's red is her true trump card. When that person speaks in red, it's definitely the truth, and no amount of proof or counter arguments can change that. Until now, she used that to severely wound me, and each time the tiny foundations supporting my heart get split in half. However, if she uses it carelessly, then I can also glean a little information about the truth. In the last game, I used that. I think maybe the smart thing is that she says there's no mansion on the island. There's no hidden mansion. Like, that might be a smart thing for her to say. In the last game, I used that to my advantage, especially during the chapel's closed room trick. And almost completely got her boxed in at that point. Yeah, that's when he. That was like also like probably my favorite dialogue scene so far. But she was pretty sly herself. Whoops, my bad. She learned from experience, and since then she was started using discretion in the timing of her red. This is such an anime fight scene. It's so fucking good. This feeling of tension was almost literally like a battle with real swords. This is a high level intellectual battle. It fucking is. It's good writing. No, not an intellectual battle. This really is twisted logic. This was the world's craziest and worst battle of twisted logic. Okay, now it's time to hear your plan. That's right. To use your Hempels, Raven. First, you'll have to confirm in red how many humans there are other than the 18. And after that, if you proclaim in red that none of the 18 in this group are the culprit, that's right. That might be a fatal wound to me. I'm surprised that you no longer have even an atom of fear for the red, which once terrified you so much. You're quite resilient. Try taking it out. That treasured sword, that trump card of yours. This time you might be able to make me surrender with a single stroke, right? Cackle, cackle, cackle. Interesting. I wouldn't have it in any other way. Agitate her, challenge her, drive her into a corner and make her speak in red. Of course, her red's always wiping out my only rays of hope, but don't be afraid of that. On this island, overcome with falsehoods and illusions, the only thing I can trust is the information she speaks in red. It's my only way across the chasm of hell. Just a single tightrope. Her merciless blood-red blade is the only way I can survive. This isn't just walking on a tightrope. It's literally walking on the edge of a blade. Of course I'm afraid. Because my victory conditions is the denial of witches. Then to use her contrapositive logic, the culprit must be a human. I didn't want to search for that culprit amid the 18. That's what made me stick to a weak position, since I had to claim that both that it couldn't be a witch and that couldn't be one of the 18. Holy fuck. Battler, just go off ad nauseum, King. About how much your ass trusts every one of these 18 dicks. Last time I was unable to understand so that's where she hit me, leaving me tattered and defeated. But that's okay. Let her hit me. Let her attack. No problem. Someone said once in an old sword fighting movie that a good fortress has one and only one intentionally weak point. The enemy would gather there. They would be lured there. And that would be where the actual battle took place. As long as I understood my weak points, as long as she wanted to attack those weak points, it was as if I was luring her into launching an attack there. Gauge the distance between us with care, retreating step by step. Make the move forward. Oh shit! The more she recklessly flourished that red, the more chances I would get to strike back. Don't be afraid of the red. Keep her cornered, so that she'll have no choice but to refute me with the red. No matter how oppressively she speaks in red, that's right, that red itself is the same as fresh blood leaking from her wounds. This is where she says some crazy dumb shit. So, what's wrong? First of all, why don't you tell me how many people are on this island total? If you don't, your raven can't cut me up. How surprising that you can be this desperate yet this difficult. One cannot make light of someone putting their life online, no matter what era. It's no surprise you're Kinzo's grandchild. The more cornered you are, the bolder you become. This shit's so fucking goofy. I love it. Ronave cleared his throat. It appears to be a stalemate. That black tea I worked so hard to make is getting cold, milady. Ronave, who was supposedly to be her ally, roguishly rushed her into making her next move. Beato probably thought she'd managed to smile back and appear confident, but she couldn't hide the sweat building up on her forehead. By now, she had completely lost the confident feeling that had allowed her to turn her nose up at her worthless opponent. Of course, she probably wouldn't be cornered by something like this. She's just being cautious. Until now, I've been inexperienced. I don't know how to fight, and I wasn't strong enough to be her opponent. However, now that we've reached the third game, she's realized that I'm starting to become more skilled, and she's grown more cautious, thinking every move over carefully. Sure, that's fine, Beatrice. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you happy now? Now it's starting to get interesting, huh? Cackle, cackle, cackle. Battler? Is she gonna make the creepy face? Please make the creepy face. This isn't getting us anywhere. Then should we get to the heart of the matter and go with the usual? Oh, the usual, you say? Then by all means, if I don't hear it, you say it, I guess I won't feel like starting. The first move was mine. Here I go, Beato. Repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people. If I hear you say this in red, I'll have no choice but to suspect one of the 18. I won't be able to say a 19th person did it, so all doors will be closed to me. However, I believe the culprit definitely isn't one of the 18. There's no way for one of those 18 people to commit such brutal murders. I'll say it again. Repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people. I refuse. I won't say why. Whew. I've avoided what would have been the worst red for me. If she repeated that, I'd be faced with those two worst choices of accepting the witch or suspecting one of the 18. like last time, all over again. But Beato hadn't proclaimed my ultimate and greatest weakness in red. She refused to repeat it, even though there was no reason for her not to strike, even though it was a weakness she would have been drooling at. She hadn't sliced me up using with red used by using that move, which should have been as good as forking up rook and the king. This was a big sign of my advantage. That's right. The culprit is one of the 18. I won't suspect it anymore. And since the culprit isn't a witch either, it means a 19th person exists on this island. And that's you. A person who, as grandfather's mistress of 30 years, has been secretly living in a hidden mansion in the forest for a long, long time. The human Beatrice. That's right. You aren't a witch or anything like it. You're just a human who's been living on this island hiding for several decades. Cackle, cackle. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Did you just call me the endless witch who has lived for over 1,000 years a human? Cackle, 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 cackle. For a while, Beatrice continued to laugh unpleasantly and gloatingly, or maybe spitefully. Are you ready? I'll keep going. Again, repeat it. There are 19 or more people on this island. Beatrice fell silent once again. She'd probably remain extremely cautious as long as confirming the number of humans on this island might give her some large advantage. If I'm gonna lose my shit if she says there's 19 people or more in red, I'm gonna fucking lose my shit. Depending on the situation, the red has already become a foothold for my counterattacks. Now that we know this, it makes the red very risky for the witch. But if she couldn't repeat this, her Hempel's Raven wouldn't be effective. To break my devil proof, she would need to settle the existence and the number of people outside the 18 in red. That's right. She couldn't break the existence of a 19th person unless she used red. I've closed Beato in, giving her no choice but to speak in red. There really is a way to fight in this witch's game. This is so good. It's okay to refuse. If you can't say it in red, that means there's a total of 18 plus X people on this island. That X is a pretty massive piece to lose in your first move, right? After all, from now on, all the tricks were impossible for the 18. Can be explained with a human X number, with a human X who isn't in that group. This huge piece can break open all the rooms you said were closed because everyone had an alibi. It was just like how a chess bishop can cut a thin line through enemy forces as long as there's a slight gap. It could only be effectively used on squares of the same color, but it was very good at controlling territory on the board. It looked like Beato had noticed her current plight. She couldn't just let an important piece go, especially this close to the beginning of the game. If she pulled out her red treasured sword, it wouldn't be difficult to save herself from this. But Beato was completely aware that I was expecting it. She was afraid that a careless red truth might end up strangling her own neck. Because of, in the first place, a witch is something that ought to be denied in red. Believe. Don't doubt. Witches don't exist. Something like that couldn't exist in this world. They only exist in the valleys between truths. They have a fragile existence, curled up in these cracks, frantically trying to protect themselves from the brutal winds of truth. and they only can barely exist like a mirage by surviving on falsehoods and illusions. In other words, the red, which only witches can use, is the reality that might easily deny their very being. The more they brandish their red words, the more they begin to lose bit by bit the crack in truth inside which they can endure. That's why they don't want to use red words and carelessly lose that crack in truth, which is based on fuzzy information, or illusions, in other words. That's because they understand that they're gradually being cornered. But Beatrice is a dick. Of course, that bastard will never admit it. Because if she did, it'd be the same as admitting that she's something that can't exist in this world, like an imaginary number. Don't be afraid. Stay strong. I know she's the only. She's the one who's really been pierced to the bone. After all, her red treasured sword can't be used without a lot of preparation. What's wrong? I'll say it again. Repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island. I refuse. At the end of Beato's worrying, she took a single deep breath and quietly announced her refusal. I thought she'd use it, but Beato refused to speak in red, even though it would cost her victory in the opening part of the game. Fucking big win for Battler, just to... Now he just gets to think there's as many people as he wants on this fucking island. That just opens up fucking everything. You refused. Which means from now on, I can create as many fictional character X's outside of the 18 as I want? Do as you wish. I have refused to repeat what you told me. Isn't that enough for now? The reason for my refusal is... No, I won't tell you yet. Anyway, you'll know soon enough. Still acting tough, I see. Choosing not to use the red is another way of using it. You called it my red treasured sword. A pleasant metaphor. I will use it too. A treasured sword is at its best when it is sheathed. This shit's so fucking corny. I love it. In fact, there are many times it can instill even more fear because it is sheathed. This is cope and seethe. She's freaking coping. Like, just intensely coping. Whatever. Keep fucking talking, Beatrice. I don't give a fuck. That's right. Because I always have to keep in mind whether you might spin everything around with those red words. It's pretty some pretty serious pressure. And there are also times when you make things pretty tough by refusing to repeat after me. Those times, I can't tell if you can't repeat because my guess was right, or if you're just misleading me and letting me flounder about. If you think of it, that way, yeah. It's a sheathed, treasured sword. So what? If I'm going to push you off a cliff anyway, best let you climb a bit higher first. We still barely begun. Much is left to come. I'll resign from this challenge. Go and get drunk on your faint victory for now. But only for now. Practically speaking, the early part of the game ended with her being a sore loser. Even so, I couldn't relax my guard at all. That tension didn't fade one bit until I was greeted by the sound of Ronove's applause. Spectacular, Battler-sama. Perhaps you have started this game with a disadvantageous development? With an advantageous development, not disadvantageous. Who knows? I still don't know whether I've taken a piece by my move, or whether she's guided me into taking it. After all, knowing you, you probably know I'm being led into a trap, and clapping is just you mocking me openly, right? How could you think that? I'm innocently celebrating your ability, which has enabled you to take one shot at Milady, even though it's only the first round. In any event, Milady is a person who's quick to become arrogant. I believe that is little encouragement, such as this, can be good for medicine every once in a while. This butler of yours has such a vicious tongue. He does, doesn't he? Sometimes he ticks me off as well. My, how incredibly rude of me. Well then, Milady Battler-sama, how would you like some more black tea? The game still has barely begun. Please allow me to prepare all the tea and snacks needed to adorn this game. I ask you continue your game without any reservations. I will. Let's move forward. Now is when it really starts. Very well. Let us advance the clock. Ronove, black tea, please. Certainly. How about a cookie? I don't need one. Give it to Beelzebub to keep her happy. Remain silent for now. By listening to the sound of the demon butler pouring the tea, the witch closed her eyes slightly and fell silent. For some time, she was deeply lost in thought, but eventually a roguish glint came into her eyes. Very well. Why don't I inform you now as to why I refused to speak in red during that first move? What? Bring it on. Show me what you've got. Cackle, cackle. Yes, that piece really was big enough that I'd hate to lose it. It may be hasty, but allow me to make my move. I won't use the red, but from here on, Rosa will explain on my behalf. Listen. Of course, I think the same way. Rosa does too, right? Rosa? Huh? Sorry. Me too. I think that too. What's wrong, Rosa-san? You've been really quiet for a while now. Are you feeling sick? From the beginning, Rosa had never been one to cut in on one of the siblings' fights, but even so, she seemed unmotivated and had said almost nothing during this night's conference. The whole time she had hung her head and appeared to be thinking of something else. You've been in a daze for a while now. Wait, what if Maria dad plot? Or Battler's sister plot? Oh, that's what he's gonna. Yeah. Or maybe fucking Rosa's pregnant or some shit. I don't fucking know. Let's just see where it fucking goes. You've been in days for a while now. Do you think you can protect the inheritance like that? You're also the mother of your child, so get stronger hold of it yourself. I'm sorry. Did you wake up really early in the morning? If you feel sick, you shouldn't overdo it. The beds in our guest room have been prepared. How about taking a rest? I will guide you. No, I'm fine. Thank you. What is it? Is it something you're worrying about? No, not really. Is that so? It feels like your mind has been elsewhere this whole time. I wonder if that has anything to do with what we've been talking about. At those words, everyone stared at Rosa together. As if in the response, Rosa's shoulders quivered. Apparently, Kyrie's guest hadn't been wrong. Rosa couldn't deny it either. No, she swallowed whatever was she was been trying to say and went silent again. Of course, the other siblings also began to realize that something about her appearance was different than usual. Different from usual. What is it? You've been weird for a while. Did you think of something? We just swore to remain united, didn't we? Don't hold back worrying about yourself. We said we'd talk. Rosa, tell us. The men pressured her one after the other, and Rosa confessed and resigned nervously. The atmosphere made it seem as though she was confessing to some modest prank, which had inadvertently brought about a serious situation. Does Rosa confess to giving the letter to Maria? No, this mistress of grandfather's, this Beatrice? I was wondering if she's still alive. Huh? Isn't it obvious that she's alive? After all, she was able to send that letter to us. Whether she's in good health or not is a different story, though. The woman in that portrait must be getting up there in age by now. I'd say she's healthy. People are crafty when it comes to money. Stay healthy no matter how old they get. Her evil plan might be the best rejuvenating agent. My fucking god. Fucking Hideyoshi, shut the fuck up. She shouldn't be alive. Huh? What did you just say? Beatrice is dead. I killed her. What? What? What did you say? What do you mean, Rosa? The fuck? But it wasn't really me who killed her. Though I did bring her to a place like that? No, I did kill her after all. I tried to make myself believe it was a dream. But it wasn't really a dream, was it? Which makes this a letter from Beatrice's ghost? Wah! I have no idea what the fuck she means by this at all. I need to reread this because I'm really fucking confused. Rosa kept on talking, unable to stop, holding her head as her hair flew all about. Calm yourself, Rosa-san. I have absolutely no clue what she's going on about. Already dead? What do you mean? I think it means two things. First, it's literal meaning, and second, it backs up our earlier guess. Which means Rosa has met with Beatrice, right? I've never heard Rosa mention anything like this. Rosa, when was it? When could you have possibly met Beatrice? Long ago. Long, long, long ago. We just moved over to the island, and I was still young. It wasn't my fault. It's not like I killed her. Ah. Calm down. Nobody's blaming you for anything, right? First, drink some water, okay? Natsui-san, the pitcher, please. Yes. Yes, here you go, Raza-san. What the fuck is going on? Please calm yourself. I was thinking about stopping after that whole fucking dialogue, fucking Beatrice and Battler. I was thinking about just fucking ending the stream. Fuck. Fuck. I can't stop here. It's getting so good. Ah, fuck. I gotta stop. I need to be ready for this, rejuvenated for this tomorrow. Fuck. Do I? No, fuck it. I'm gonna keep going. This is not fucking haute couture. This is not high culture. It's peak. Until Rosa was able to calm her ragged breathing, no one was able to speak a word. Jesus. This is making me suspect Rosa even more. Oh my god. Did I like have a Beatrice like fucking Rosa doppelganger theory earlier? Did I even like type that? Cause I think I said something about it. Oh fuck. Wait. Fuck. Beatrice. I've been calling to you for some time now. Did you not hear me? Where were you? My apologies. I was lost in thought. Forgive me. The weather is pleasant. Yes, I can understand how the weather has stolen your heart. Will you have your black tea here? Who am I? I will bring some tea now. Wait here for a while. Forget about the tea. Talk with me. Very well. Kinzo had used the excuse of getting black tea to try to interrupt the conversation for the time being, but his attempt had been very transparent. I sat in a garden chair and beckoned Kinzo to do the same. Kinzo sat down heavily, exaggerating his age. For a while, we sat and appreciated the silence. Who am I? Until today, no one has answered this question. For some reason, everyone averts their gaze and evades me. I have known you for a long time. I think of you as my best friend, even as a father? What? What? Okay, this kind of fucking changes things. Kinzo was they were like a father-daughter thing? What? That's fucking insane. Or maybe I just gotta keep reading. I should shut the fuck up and keep reading. Holy shit. That is why I want so much for you to tell me. You should know who I am. Why are you worried about something like that? You are Beatrice, the master of this mansion. Is that not so? What more could you want to know? I do not know. What's this? Don't you even understand what it is you want to know? How mysterious. In one's youth, there are times when one wants to play in the maze of thought that has no exit. Perhaps that's what your worries are. Kinza laughed as though it was a trivial matter. However, I couldn't help but feel this behavior was another attempt to force me to stop any further questioning. So you won't tell me after all. There is nothing to tell. You are Beatrice. Isn't that more than enough? No, that's not it. What I wish to know is not my name. I want to know who I am. Who am I? What am I? How long have I been here? And how long will I continue my days here? I really should bring some black tea. Don't you think it is a waste of all this fine weather? What? What's this all about? Me too, Battler. What the fuck is this all about? It looks like it's probably the story of your past, right? Something like that. I think I would go this far back. Looks like you had some pretty deep worries even then, wondering who you were. What is to be expected? At the time, I was unable to understand who I was, or why I was alive. Well, in puberty, everyone's captured by those philosophical worries at least once, wondering what meaning there is that in their life. Doesn't that just prove you had a charming period like that at one point? Ellipses. I've been in that mansion since the time of my birth. And I've lived only inside the mansion. Of course, I went out into the garden, but the area around the mansion was surrounded by a very tall fence, and I was unable to leave through it. And I was told severely that I mustn't leave. Hold up. Fuck. This shit's so fucked. I'm so confused about what's being revealed right now. I could walk freely throughout the mansion and the garden, but outside that, not once was my desire to take just one step outside my own accord granted. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to say as far back as you can remember you were always a bird in a cage? That's what I thought at the time. After all, as soon as I became aware I was living like that, I didn't even think to question it. Who in the world are you? That's it. That is what I also hope to know. I'm sure you'll say something like, I wasn't a human, I was a witch, right? No, that's not true. That isn't true yet. Or should I say, that was once the case. I was constructed by Kinzo, a human built by a human. No, perhaps I should call it a cage made of flesh. What the hell? This is getting weird. You probably won't believe it anyway. But listen first. I was a mighty witch who had lived for 1,000 years. But at one point I was summoned by Kinzo. And by that hidden art, I was bound as his prisoner for eternity. Never heard that before. From what we hear in Ushiramiya family, you were summoned by grandfather, made something like a devil's contract with him, and gave him the gold. Indeed, that is correct. Then I was supposed to vanish until the contract was complete. But, well, popular women have it rough. By some turn of events, Kinzo fell in love with me. Grandfather's nearsightedness must have gotten pretty bad. With astigmatism, too. What the fuck? To fall in love with you, of all things. Well, to me, there could be nothing more bothersome. However, the problem of humans is a frightening thing. He displayed that fearsome power and rooted me to this place. I'm freaking the fuck out right now. What the fuck? He said I wouldn't be freed until I nodded my head in agreement. Such an overbearing man. Isn't that awesome? Everyone knew grandfather was obsessed with the occult, but who would have guessed that he had the power to root down the great witch Beatrice? Ridiculous. Who'd believe such a weird story? As I thought you don't believe. All I believe is the fact that you lived in this mansion in the middle of the forest. You are the 19th person on Rokunjima, right? Indeed. Just as you imagine, this is deep within the forest of Rokunjima. A hidden mansion not to be from the outside world. Well, what if they're ending up in that other mansion? Where are we? Like, at any given point. Oh, this kind of... This kind of changes shit, man. What the fuck? Its name is Kuadorian, Nine Birds Retreat. Come to think of it, I heard the guest house real name was Torian, Visitor's Retreat. I see, the naming sense is similar. So you were grandfather's mistress who lived here in secret. Isn't that right? Mistress isn't the right way to say it. You probably should call it Kinzo's unrequited love. I spoke of it just now, correct? He fell in love with me of his own accord. He then courted me, but I rejected him. Then I was shut in this hidden mansion. No, that's not quite right. It would be more correct to say I was shut up in this body. I got no idea what you said at the end there. You will just make fun of it and refuse to listen, right? After all, you say you don't believe in witches or magic. If you have no ears to hear what I tell you, saying it would be a pinnacle of foolishness. I'll decide whether I believe it or not. After all, if I don't, the story won't continue. Tell me. Let's hear the story from your past. Very well. I refused Kinzo when he courted me, but he was not a man to lose heart at something like that. He wanted me to nod my head in agreement no matter what. He shut me up in this mansion and spent an eternity trying to win my heart. Talk about overbearing. Guess no one likes obstinate men, huh? Cackle cackle. Regardless of whether I responded to his courting or not, having a man so desperate for me was, well, as a woman, it wasn't so unpleasant. However, I never accepted his proposal. I tried to find some way to break through his guard, but that barrier was firm and I couldn't crack it. And then, after trying to resist in various ways, I eventually reached the conclusion that to escape from Kinzo's barrier, I would have to throw away this body of flesh. What? What the fuck? Did she kill herself? The physical body is a vessel with many restrictions for a magic user. Throw away your body of flesh? What do you mean? Something like an out-of-body experience? Well, if you want to think of it that way. However, I am no spirit. Even though I am a witch, in the beginning I was born with a human's body of flesh. So for me, throwing away that physical body, while it didn't mean the same thing as death, it did require a similar level of resolve. So in other words, you decided that you couldn't be released except by suicide. Is that it? Oh god, it does. It wasn't suicide. It was nothing more than throwing away my body of flesh. Of course, becoming nothing more than a soul is a precarious situation. When the soul leaves its body of flesh, it is constantly exposed to the strong winds of the sun. It was not easy for me to maintain myself and avoid being scattered by them. It was a final measure that I wanted to avoid if I could. However, there was no other task to break through Kinzo's barrier. Cackle. Anyway, I am an unfettered person. I couldn't stand to be kept in a cage until Kinzo's life was over. I couldn't see this stuff Beata kept going on about throwing away her body of flesh, as though as anything more than suicide. As grandfather persistently courted her, and to escape that, she chose her own death? Yeah, I would too. Kinzo's fucking unbearable. So you're saying you committed suicide? What are you talking about? Isn't that you sitting carefree there in the garden chair? That's right. That is the new cage I was given by Kinzo. Cage? You mean this mansion? No. I mean my body relaxing in the garden chair over there. Even though I was so desperate to escape that I became not but a soul, Kinzo had no intention of letting me go. Oh, he was a fearsome person. Normally, when the object of one's unrequited love shows that she is willing to die, it should be enough to bring that person to their senses, even if their love has lasted 100 years. Perhaps that's why he even managed to become a sorcerer of sorts. Cackle. Don't try to confuse me with that incomprehensible witch girl talk. What exactly are you trying to say? That Kinzo didn't let me escape even after I became a soul. Human emotions are terrifying. To think that he would be able to exhibit such power, tying down a dead soul. Is not something that can be accomplished easily, even for a magician who specializes in such matters. Because I knew this, Kinzo's fearful magical powers shocked me for the first time. Then Kinzo seized my soul and brought me back. However, a cage to hold a seized soul cannot be made from iron or lead. Only one thing remained. What? You aren't gonna say it was a magical cage or something, are you? Wrong. It's that body of flesh over there, just like yours or mine. Only a cage made of flesh and blood can die the soul down to this world. Kinzo shut my soul up in a cage of flesh built to be exactly like me. So sum it up, it's like this. Grandfather obstinately courted you, you started to hate it, and you committed suicide. But you weren't clever enough to finish the job. Damn, you took a really roundabout way to say something like that. No, that's wrong. My soul was shut up in the seed of a homunc. Wait! Homunculus theory! Homunculus theory is correct, motherfucker. What the fuck? Let's fucking go! Holy shit, I'm a fucking legend. I'm a fucking legend. Don't make theories again. I fucking predicted the word homunculus. Fucking, there's homunculi amongst us. Holy shit. I'm fucking losing my goddamn mind. We've gone full Metal Alchemist, motherfucker. This. Oh shit, Beatrice is totally fucking changing the game right now. Oh, I gotta keep reading. And I was born out of a test tube. Huh? That's crazy. That isn't even possible, right? Kinzo accomplished even the miracle of creating life and simply shut my soul up in that cage. That he would show such magical powers simply because of his own love. A thoroughly terrifying person. It's already gotten pretty ridiculous. Say whatever you want. I won't believe anything. Just do what you like. Meh. What's with this unpleasant attitude? In the beginning, I showed a little interest, thinking if there might be some huge hint hidden here. The more I ask, the weirder this story starts to get. I get the feeling that even though this is supposed to be a game about denying witches, I'm suddenly being forced just to swallow this story about witches. Sorry, I don't feel like listening to this anymore. Well, that would explain the canon thing. Oh god. There's... If Battler keeps trying to argue against this, I'll lose my freaking shit. It'll be so fucking good. Just keep rambling on to yourself as much as you want. I'll be over here picking my earwax or something. When I started acting cold, Beato seemed unusually discouraged. Of course, her expression was still shameless. But in that really easy to understand expression of hers, I had the feeling I was able to catch a glimpse of loneliness at my failure to find the story of her past interesting. For some reason, that subtle reaction made her seem pitiful. Oh my gosh. I decided to cover for her slightly. Damn it. Even though she's an irritating witch, I'm still weak against her because her chromosomes are XX. Well, I've got absolutely no desire to believe you, but keep going. Let's have a bit of a story instead of a tea snack. So you treat the story of my past like little more than a snack. Do you expect me to just casually tell you when you insult me like that? After I made fun of her, Beato reacted a little sensitively. It looked like even though making fun of people was her specialty, she was horribly being made fun of by others. Just then, my black teacup suddenly made a sound, surprising me. Milady's soul was seized and breathed into a cage of new life. In other words, Milady received life as a human once more. Before I realized it, the demon butler had taken my cup of tea and was adding more black tea to it. Ronove, enough of that. This person just said it was too ridiculous to be worth listening to. Well, he's too ridiculous to be worth talking to. You know who's also dead? Their mom. I don't know. Maybe I'm onto something. Maybe I have been onto some shit there. Fuck. Okay, we'll see. This person was too ridiculous to be worth listening to. Well, he's too ridiculous to be worth talking to. I'm baking some new cookies right now. Until they're ready, I thought you might find the story of Milady's past to be a perfect substitute for a snack. Didn't I say that's enough talking about me? Such unpleasant people, the lot of you. I'm leaving. Rodove, serve our food and then go. If I really fucking hope Battler's just like, this shit's all fucking bullshit. And he's just like, keep fucking going. No pointless chit chat with Battler. Certainly. I will make an effort. Beato's short temper peculiar to women. Okay, whatever, Battler. Which I didn't really understand, took hold of her, and she turned her body into gold butterflies, scattered and disappeared. After that, only Ronove and the scent of the black tea were left. I feel kind of bad, like I pissed her off or something. As long as you're aware of it yourself, I need say nothing more. Wait a sec. Weren't you the one who struck the finishing blow? My, what? I feel. God, there was so much fucking shit I was fucking predicting. I'm so proud of myself. I kind of. Oh my gosh. This is like a lot of payoff right now. I'm so fucking glad I sat down and fucking wrote all that shit down. How would you like some sugar and milk? Just milk will be fine. And some tea snacks would be nice too. Well, it'll be a bit longer before the cookies are ready. Didn't you say we've already got something to use in place of a snack? Certainly. If you listen quietly, I will continue the story. Fuck, I can't believe I wanted to stop an hour ago. I'm fucking hooked. It's peak. It's so fucking good. She said something about a homunculus. I know a bit about that. It's that thing, right? A manufactured human created with alchemy or something. Yes. Milady's soul was shut up in a homunculus and she was revived into this world, receiving life again as a baby. However, because she was a baby, any professions of love of Kinzo's part would have been quite useless. Okay, yeah, probably. You aren't saying that grandfather shut that baby up in this hidden mansion until it grew the same age she'd been? Correct. That is what I am saying. However, while her soul was the same, a human spirit is strongly influenced by its container. Milady lost all her memories of the past and grew up as a very normal human girl. Are you saying... And you're saying that That's the Beato sitting in the golden garden chair? Yes, that is correct. It grew to be completely identical. However, it did not possess her power as a witch. Milady was completely human. Beato, who was sitting in the garden chair, looking up at the sky, voiced that same question again. She asked who she was. Oh! The meaning of those words was finally starting to click. She couldn't understand why she was living here, all locked up. Grandfather had seized Beatrice's soul, shut it up in a body of flesh, and then shut that up in a hidden mansion. However, since she lived here since the time of her birth, she couldn't even understand who she was or why she lived shut up in there. Is the red text gonna be Beatrice is dead? That's what it's gonna fucking be. The red text is gonna be Beatrice is dead. I fucking got it. Wait. Who would take away such a stupid story seriously? Who would take such a stupid story seriously? Why don't I change my interpretation? In other words, couldn't it be something like this? Grandfather met Beatrice. He then fell in love with her and courted her, but she didn't accept him. Then he flew into a rage and shut her inside this hidden mansion. Beatrice tried to escape, but no matter what she did, she couldn't succeed, so she finally chose her own death. And then, no, maybe there was a girl who looked just like Beatrice. No, a baby. And grandfather raised his child with care. Maybe he didn't view this child as his daughter? What the fuck? Ugh. The soul was once again shut up in a cage of flesh. Those words probably meant he didn't view this kid as her child, but as her reincarnation. Fuck is this shit? Maybe that's what it meant. If you interpret it that way, even a story this weird might make a little sense. Okay, Battler. No. This might be some bullshit Mando cooked up to confuse me. That's what I'm thinking, Battler. Like, as if I could accept any of this. In the first place, Kuadorian, was it? There's no proof whatsoever that a hidden mansion actually existed. Couldn't this be something just fabricated on the spot? A hidden mansion called Kuadorian does exist in the forest of Rokenjima. There we fucking go. That is the place we were just talking about. Huh? Red? Ronove used the red to say that Kuadorian actually existed. Didn't that mean the same thing as the red Beato used? I may not look it, but I am a demon. Please keep this a secret from Milady, yes? This shit is so good. This game is so fucking good. Ah, oh, this game's really fucking good. Sure. Beato, who knew I could trip her up had grown extremely cautious when using red. To think that Ronave could also use red. However, it was the red of a crafty man. I didn't know how far I could accept it, but anyway, I might be able to get some kind of hint out of it. So that Beato relaxing in the garden of Kuadorian and that conversation she had with his grandfather were the truth? Yes, it is the truth. In the past. The conversation. Wait, the pair actually had a conversation like that in this place. Fuck! It's peak! It's fucking peak! Thanks a lot. I'll ask for some more red. You said she was born from a homunculus? Does that mean like that kind of unscientific magical thing actually exists? I am unable to answer that question. After all, doing so would cause a stalemate. A stalemate? What does that mean? It's a chess term referring to a state in which, similar to a perpetual check, any further progress in the game becomes impossible. This would be the opposite of an endless repetition of moves, because all moves would disappear and it would bring about a kind of deadlock. In chess, this would lead to a draw, just a perpetual check would. However, there can be no draws in the game between you and Milady. Therefore, I am unable to answer a question that would bring about a stalemate. I gotta go get some water. I'll be right back. Holy fuck, I was fucking on this shit with homunculus theory. Let's fucking go. Alright, I'm back. Fuck, this is so good. This game was worth every single fucking dollar. You obviously want to confuse me by saying incomprehensible stuff. You're trying to dodge the question because you can't use the red to say something magical like homunculus exists, right? If I were to say that, if I were to say in red that a witch exists, what would you do, Battler Whether or not I believe that is what our whole fight's about, right? If I was told that point blank, it'd be game over. If I said a witch exists in red, you would not have you would have no room for our argument. However, since the reason would never have been made clear to you, Battler Samba, you probably wouldn't accept it. Fuck. Wait, shit. Okay. However, after being told that in red, you would have no room for argument and you would not have been shown any proof. In this situation, even though you wouldn't be able to admit defeat, you wouldn't have no way to make a counter argument. It wouldn't become a deadlock. Even though checkmate would not have been reached and there would be no existing moves left, silence would not be able to play your next hand. Since reading is hard. Since you would not be able to play your next hand, it would never become Milady's turn. And the game would stop there for all eternity. As a result, Milady would be unable to force you to submit. That would be a deadlock situation. In order to avoid that, I am unable to answer questions of this nature in red. So to say it quickly, you're saying point blank questions are prohibited. Man, I feel like the whole fucking game just started again. God damn it. Well, that's true, I guess. If I were told a witch exists, I'd have to give up from the start. I'm pleased that you understand. I believe we might be able to work together if you ask your questions in a different form. Can you help me with the line that Beatrice dodged when I told her to repeat it? About the number of people on this island? If Milady held back on repeating it, then I, of course, cannot respond. What is this guy's game? Why is he kind of helping us a little bit? What's it? Yeah, what is this guy's deal? Why are we? Why is he with us now? I mean, I know why they said it earlier. Like, I know what the justification was. It's like, oh, because she's existing longer, her power's getting stronger. But like from a narrative perspective, this is so fucking good. Ronove made an exaggerated gesture, trying to act like a loyal retainer. This guy's so shameless. Just when I thought you might actually be useful. I'll give up on that search for a different question. That's right. I was forgetting to check something important. This is a story about Beato's memories, right? When did it happen? It couldn't be happening right now, right? Correct. This is the world of 1967. What the fuck? The world of 19 years previous. Oh no. Hmm. Let's try rearranging this story again. I wonder if it could be something like this. Grandfather fell in unrequited love with a person called Beatrice. Then he confined her in his hidden mansion and continued to court her. But she was stubborn and didn't give in, and she faked her death. She got Rosa to fake her death. Hmm. But she was stubborn and didn't give in. Eventually, she grew pessimistic about being able to escape from here and probably committed suicide. And then, her soul was put in a homunculus. And no, if I accept that, it's the same as accepting the witch. I can't interpret that part like this. She probably had a posthumous daughter. Grandfather must have believed that her soul had been placed in a new physical body. It might have thought that the child was the reincarnation of Beatrice. That means that 19 years ago, Beato existed on this island as the 19th person. Um, what the fuck? I'm starting to get confused. Yeah, me too. Me too, Battler. Either way, we can't do more than speculate. The only thing we can say for sure in red is that in 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rokujima, Beatrice existed as a human. That's all. That is correct. In 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rokujima, Beatrice Sama existed as a human. Fuck. That is huge. Okay, thank you. That really helps. Yeah, this shit's fucking crazy. Congratulations. With this, you have made clear the existence of the piece known as the 19th person. A 19th human for you to blame, just as you longed for. A sacrificial sheep upon which you can shift the blame of any crime. How amusing that it happens to be milady. This this is so rewarding. Ronofe laughed indiscreetly. Somehow, I didn't like how he put that, so I didn't feel like laughing along with him. That's right. There's that thing Aunt Rosa said. Beatrice is dead. I killed her? What did that mean? As for that, it may be faster to see the actual circumstances rather than listen to me tell you. Let us advance the clock a little more. Fuck, I can't believe I wanted to go to sleep. I just want to keep reading. This shit's so fucking good. Rodove pulled a stylish pocket watch from his pocket and touched the watch stem. As soon as he did, I saw gold butterflies gather behind his back and take the form of a person. Was it Beato? I quickly realized it was someone else. Ew. It was her, the oldest sister of the seven stakes who loved tormenting me more than her 3 meals a day. If I didn't consider myself lucky to see. Whoa! Okay, not reading that. I won't be able to keep up with her torture game. Ronave sama, you're still here. This is an urgent call from Beatrice sama. My, what kind of urgent business could this be? It seems my chat with Battler sama has run a tad long. Well then, Battler sama, if you will excuse me, please continue to enjoy your game of Milady. Whatever keeps one alive. Hey, you know what? You make a fair point. It's the little things that matter. Yeah. I'll enjoy it as best I can. Because my conversations go a lot more smoothly when they're with you as opposed to her. And you're more gracious with the red, too. Come and talk again anytime you like. I can't believe he told her that in front of freaking... What's her name? Battler-sama. Despite how I look, I am Milady's furniture. I could do nothing that Milady does not desire. What I said in red was something that normally should have come from Milady's mouth. I did nothing more than announce the truth in red in Milady's place as she sulked. So she really was sulking then. So this is supposed to be the other mansion. Which almost makes me think that the existence of like the other mansion could somehow play into like the logical explanation of the murders. Or at least on the first day of like Kinzo not being in the mansion until he showed up later with his corpse burned. Because I guess ultimately what we're trying to prove is that the first murder could have been proven like logically. I guess now trying to prove that it was caused logically by a person named Beatrice. So she really was sulking then. Hehehe. Pukukuku. Seeing me and Ronove incomprehensibly hitting it off, that steak Nei-chan cocked her head curiously. Ronove-sama, we are keeping Beatrice-sama waiting. Let us hurry. Yes, I shall go immediately. Well, Battler-sama, I will see you later. It appears that we have finally started getting along. I thought, I have the feeling we'll manage to become good friends. What's his deal? What's his angle? Sure, if you mean partners at gossiping behind Beato's back. Ronove-sama. Yes, yes. If you'll excuse me. Maybe she didn't like seeing him act so friendly with me, or maybe she hadn't really been told to hurry. When the steak Nei-chan let out a thunderous cry, Ronave laughed frivolously and disappeared as if running away. Why am I, the oldest of the seven stakes of purgatory, being summoned from menial tasks like this? Even though Beato-sama could have told one of the younger sisters who look like they've got nothing better to do, sheesh. Why so grumpy, Nei-chan? If you're hungry, eat a cookie or something. Why don't I give you the last one? Hmm? How thoughtful. Then shall I take one? I casually pushed the snack plate with the last remaining cookie over to her. Thank you. As though coming as a period at the end of a sentence, a sharp sound pierced the table. The nails on the three of her three fingers extended grew sharp and pierced the space between my fingers on the hand that was pushing the plate, missing them by a hair's breadth. It happened fast in an instant, so for a while I didn't even realize that her fingernails had grown. Tips of those sharp nails were blades and with red manicure. The space between the bases of my fingers hurt sharply. The razor-like blades had been plunged into the table, a hair's breadth away from the back of my hands and fingers. Damn. Because of the three blades, I was unable to even let my careless right hand tremble, and by now all I could do was let a bead of cold sweat drip down. Whoa. Nei-chan, is it about time to cut your nails? Fuck you, Battler. It's Lucifer. That is my glorious name. The honored furniture who serves Beatrice Sama, the oldest sister of the seven stakes of purgatory. Well, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. I'm not disgraceful like my younger sisters. If you don't know proper respect, you will get it. And why would I regret it exactly? I can't really think of a reason. Stupid kid. Do you really want to play with me that much? Was it that unforgettable? I'll thrust my stake deep into you and let you enjoy being gouged to the fullest, okay? Hehehehe. Damn it. Someday I'll have you down on the floor and say the same thing. What? Okay. Oh, really? Wow, I can't wait. Wow, Battler, you're so cool. Oh, she killed him. Rosa eventually regained her calm. The men wanted to hurry her into talking faster, but Kyrie intervened. If something like that had really had happened, then it would have been a terrible experience that Rosa wouldn't want to remember. Fuck. This changes everything. Fuck. We gotta fucking figure out what the fuck's going on with this whole homunculus shit more. After taking several deep breaths with her hand over her chest, it seemed that she had more or less resolved herself to talk. How old was I then, I wonder? Middle school, probably, though I don't remember well. Anyway, I think I was about that age. Which means about 20 years ago? Back then, my grades weren't very good, and mother was always angry at me. I tried to do my best in my own way. But I couldn't match up to mother's expectations at all. Is she their mom? No, I just don't. I don't know. That just can't be right. That's just so fucking crack to me. That's total crack. She's at most like a sister, I guess. Fuck. Back then, my grades weren't very good, and was always angry at me. I tried to do my best in my own way, but I couldn't match up to mother's expectations at all. Like she talks about her mother the first thing, and I just this chapter keeps mentioning her, and it's just fuck. And the women thing, and like I don't know. Mother was always very strict with Rosa. I sympathized with her at the time. Hmm. You say that even though you were always talking behind her back. Would you give it a rest, Ava? And then, where did you meet Beatrice, Rosa-san? Hideyoshi-san, you mustn't rush her now. It's okay, Rosa-san. Tell us at your own pace. Thank you. It was a day I've been harshly scolded by mother. Oh my gosh. Even though my tutor had promised to keep it a secret, apparently they told mother all about how I'd complained. Mother scolded me brutally, saying my name was a disgrace to the Ashiramiya family. Of course, I was doing the best I could, but I had none of Kraus Nissan's dignity. I couldn't get excellent grades like Eva Nissan. I had no leadership abilities like Rudolf Nissan. I never stood out, didn't particularly excel at anything. And I found myself asking why I'd been born into the Ashiramiya family. Unless you want to believe it's Rosa, double identity Rosa. I don't know. That just seems fucking weird as shit. I began to more and more. I began to question more and more why I've been bored at all. This is what happened on the day I experienced my mind going blank for the first time. For the first time in my life, I realized that in addition to facing or surrendering to my problems, I had the third choice of running away. Though I say run away, there was no way I could have left Rokunjima and gone somewhere else. But anyway, I wanted to run away from the mansion and own myself at that time. In a way, it was like a kid running away from home, or maybe a passive sort of suicide. I wanted to disappear. Or maybe it was that childlike form of resistance where I tried to make my parents worry by disappearing. I childishly thought that if I went to the center of that forest and escaped from the Ashiramiya house and maybe became lost, then I'd make them worry and teach them a lesson. And then you went into the forest that you were told to never enter? Yes. After reaching the beach, I followed alongside the ocean. What if the Golden Land is the fucking other mansion? What if all the gold's in the other fucking mansion? What if all this shit is about finding the fucking key to the other mansion? The only way that all this shit can be fucking happen is if all this stupid bullshit prophecy shit happens. And fucking Beatrice actually dies at the end. So all these people can be reborn as homunculi again. What the fuck? That'd be crazy. Anyways, I can't wait to be wrong. Oh, that would be such a cool way for the story to go, though. I didn't have any particular reason. This is all about how they found the mansion. But I felt that if I went to the opposite side of the island, there might be a place that no one knew about, which might become a hidden house just for me. If you go around by the beach, that'd be impossible. There becomes a cliff partway, right? There's no way you could pass that way. Of course. So I kept going wherever I could, which kept taking me deeper and deeper inland. It's a horrible forest without any paths, but it was comforting to me then. If I could make it through such a dangerous forest, then I'd be that much further away from the Ashiramiya family. This game is getting so fucking good. It's unbelievable. How shameful. If you were scolded because of your grades, all that you had to do was work harder. You mustn't say that. Doesn't Rosa have her talent as a designer instead? Literally speaking, he was covering for Rosa, but everyone knew that Rosa's company hadn't been profitable. Quit it. This is no time for sarcasm. So you managed to end up there by coincidence? At Beatrice's? Hidden mansion? Rosa nodded weakly. But how far did you walk? Could you show it up? Show it to us on a map? Fuck, this shit's so good. Natsui-san, do you have a map of this island? No, there isn't one here now. It wouldn't help. I was just walking randomly. Even if you gave me a map, I wouldn't know. I think I'm so fucking right. And 20 years have passed since then. I probably couldn't reach it again if I went into the forest. Several people let out dejected sighs. It was vividly clear that in their haste, they'd thought some hint related to the witch's... They'd thought of some hint related to the witch's epitaph. Yeah, like me. Or maybe even the gold itself might be resting there. Yeah, that's exactly what I fucking thought. On Rokenjima, only the land around the mansion is ready to be developed on. The rest is completely uncultivated, and it'd be probably take a lot of work to survey the entire island. But just knowing that it actually exists is helpful. It would take some money, but if we enlisted an aerial photography company to investigate, or okay, this is a little long term, or ask the businessman who constructed this mansion about what happened at the time, we could probably find some way to search for it. That's right. At least we have some more options now, as opposed to when we weren't sure it existed. Indeed. It may be worth investigating right away. What if Rokenjima's a town? I mean, it's got like a church, it's got like a big mansion, it's got like a guest house. I mean, what if it's like a village? So two people, okay. It may be worth investigating right away. The siblings will do the investigation together. We won't leave you on your own, Nissan. It wasn't certain yet that the gold was hidden in that secret mansion. They're actually I think they all might work together tonight. Oh my god. They might actually all fucking work together tonight because they're all gonna fucking try to solve the mystery, because right now it actually seems kind of fucking solvable. Oh, that'll be so fucking peak. And then they still die, and this is what's really gonna fucking hurt, is seeing one of these fuckers actually be a killer. Oh fuck, that would be so good too. This game is so fucking good. I'm losing my fucking shit. But the sparks seem to have started flying between Kraus and Ava already. Give it a rest for now, you two. Rosa, please continue. Yes. This shit's so fucking good. Unbelievable. Randomly, I kept running on and on. Suddenly, I came across something that was like an animal trail. I was very tired and had no idea how far I'd walked, so at that time, I naturally took the easiest path. As I did, suddenly, right before my eyes, a very, very tall fence appeared. It was a fence wonderfully adorned in a Gothic style. For an instant, I thought I'd turned around and returned to the original mansion. Of course, there were fences around the mansion to stop us from entering the forest, but this fence was decorated differently, and moreover, it was very tall. It probably reached a full 2 stories up. It was covered with ivy and created a mysterious, solemn atmosphere. At the time, I believed in the legend of the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice. I have been told that she was frightening, but some of the servants told me that she'd sometimes help you if you respected her. Since I had little confidence in those days, I believed the only way I could be saved was by receiving her help. That's why I thought what I did. Oh, that's why she fucking beats That's why she beats Maria. Oh god. This is why she beats Maria. Fuck. That sucks. Oh no. That's why I thought what I did. I believed that this was the fence of the mansion belonging to Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. I thought that if I could meet with Beatrice, she'd definitely save me. So I decided to try going in. This music is so fucking good. But the fence was very, very tall, and it didn't look like I'd be able to go over it, so I chose to walk around it. I thought if I did, I'd eventually reach a gate, but it wasn't that easy. The fence had been incredible length to match its incredible height, and no matter how far I went, I didn't reach a corner. I might have encircled a massive area, or maybe I just had that impression because of my child's legs made it difficult to walk in the forest. Anyway, I couldn't find a gate for a while, and I started to feel sad as though the witch had rejected me. As I did, I eventually came upon a large tree whose twisted root had bent the fence. I might get my clothes dirty, but if I crawled, I might look like I'd be able to sneak in. And there you found the hidden mansion? I don't know if it was the hidden mansion we've been talking about. Still, at the very least, it wasn't a place we know of. Shit, this is like kind of changing shit for me a lot. This could explain things like how Rudolph knew he was going to die. It was though I came out of the garden as soon as I passed the fence. I had to continue through a lot more cultivated forest after that. As I did, the forest suddenly opened up, and what appeared there was an unbelievably fantastical scene. To think on Rokenjima, where I thought only we lived, there could be such a wonderful mansion hidden away. A beautiful flower garden spanned the forest of the mansion. Rudolph does know where it is. Do you think I should just stop? Because it's getting really, really fucking good. It's 140. And I have so many fucking theories floating through my head. Like fucking Rudolph probably knew this mansion existed. It'll only get better from this point on. Okay, you know what? I'm calling it. This shit's getting way too fucking good. And I need a fucking break because it's been 4.5 hours. This game is getting dangerously fucking good. Holy fucking shit, I can't believe it. I'm fucking on to some shit. This music is absolutely fucking... Oh my god. I can't fucking... It's peak. I'm converted. I'm converted. This game is extremely fucking good. Good night, everybody.